Stay hydrated, comrades. It's going to be 30 degrees here in Glasgow, technically today. Which can fuck off. I'm going to be sitting in my house. I don't have my curtains yet. Still haven't got the rest of my furniture delivered from the housing. Super hubby is getting very angry. I'm trying to keep him calm as best as I can. Ugh. I'll wait for everyone to arrive before we get into part 2 of the Labour Files. Holy fuck, I watched the rest of it today. Well, yesterday now. Prepare yourself for part 3. You'll get angry, like I did. I'll show that short. Where are we? Hi, Lenny. What's sickening? Welcome, rejoice comrades. Limey Redneck is here. Hi, Limey. Yeah, I know. Give me a second. There is something that I saw today that really fucking surprised that kinda... Hello. Where is it? Right. No Helena today, which is understandable. Friday. But no Kev? Interesting. Prepare yourself for this one, it's... I might actually do a little bit of research into this. This was a short that turned up. It's from History with Nikki. She's got a few videos. I may actually take a look at them later. Okay. Prepare for part 2. I can do part 1 again if you like. Where are we? Yes, yesterday. Where is part 2? There we go. View all. Let's see. Okay, that's part 2. There we go. Yeah, that's part 2 there. Rejoice, comrades. Unfortuitous Ash is here. Hi, Ash. Thank you for dropping by. Great to see you. How goes it? I'm just preparing myself for basically today. Yeah. 30 degrees in Glasgow. Pretty sure a good percentage of Glaswegians are going to get fucking sunburned like idiots. If you're in a place that is going to get fucking blasted by fiery yellow orb, hydration, especially if you're going to be drinking alcohol, which I will be doing, but I'm going to get Super Hubby to put them in the fridge. Thank you. I will have a good stream. Well, I'm educating the masses about how big a bastard the Labour Party is. Lying duplicitous cunts. Shall we get into it? Feel free to come back, Ash, if you've got a minute, just to say hi again. I would say have fun at the bank, but if it's anything connected to money, keep safe and I'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
So I'd had a series of threatening phone calls without a caller's number withheld. And they were threatening to come to my house. And then I happened to miss a call and noticed there was a message. When I played it, I realised the person had made a mistake because he'd left his number effectively, because he'd left a message. And this was the call.
You Nazi scum. You should burn in the gas oven, you dirty Nazi cow you are. Stinking swine. I hope you die in a gas oven. You deserved everything you do in hell to burn in acid.
I was very, very shaky. I mean, such kind of absolutely uncontrollable rage and fury. I mean, the idea that Jews should be talking to other Jews in this vile way. I mean, it was like many other things I've had, but obviously so much worse, so much more overt and crazed, really.
Al Jazeera has obtained the largest leak of documents in British political history.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. It is absolutely shocking.
Hundreds of thousands of internal communications expose how operatives secretly take control of Britain's Labour Party.
The Labour Party is a criminal conspiracy against its members.
Free speech was shut down.
They tell the inside story of how Sir Keir Starmer, who could be Britain's next Prime Minister, leads a lawless party.
I've waited 17 months to appear in front of you in this hall as leader of our great party.
Confidential documents expose tactics to discredit and expel rivals in the party.
People are actually quite dangerous who are in with the Labour Party. They were playing with people's lives here.
They reveal how Starmer's predecessor was undermined by a smear campaign from within.
It disabled him as a politician and as a potential Prime Minister.
Really nice to see you here. Goodbye.
How British democracy, known as the Mother of Parliaments, is being undermined by spying and dirty tricks.
No one would expect that a political party would associate themselves with the whole-scale hacking of the press.
It looked like somebody is constantly monitoring me, where I'm going and where my car is parked and where my children is going.
It just stinks to high heaven what they're doing in the background.
We speak to people whose voices have been silenced, including those who support Palestinian rights.
It was very painful. As Palestinians, there was no room for us to enter this debate, and that's how it was designed to be.
And the files reveal how a hierarchy of racism exists under Starmer's leadership.
I face more racism in the Labour Party than I have in the rest of my life combined.
Shame on you! Shame on you! In episode 2, the true story behind the Labour Party's anti-Semitism crisis.
Shame on you! I feel so ashamed right now that it's come to this.
I'm Jewish! And people like you speaking for me!
We reveal how truth was subverted.
Oh, Jeremy's a racist!
And reality turned on its head.
That's an absolute lie. I didn't say that.
The media was not interested in the reality of the story.
Shut your mouth!
Corbyn.
Who are you?
I'm from Sky News.
From
Sky News.
Well, goodbye.
Mr. Corbyn, what are you going to do about the perceived anti-Semitism in your party? Mr. Corbyn, have you got any comment?
Jeremy Corbyn devoted his political career to fighting racism. And suddenly he becomes Labour leader, and the media combines to tell the world that this man is not an anti-racist, he is actually a racist.
Mr. Corbyn, what's your response?
It disabled him as a politician and as a potential prime minister. Instead of being able to set out his social democratic vision of social justice, he was obliged to fend off one allegation after another that he was actually a noxious racist, or at any rate, enabled noxious racists.
We stand absolutely against anti-Semitism in any form.
We will not tolerate anti-Semitism in any form whatsoever in the party.
Let me be absolutely clear. Anti-Semitism isn't evil.
We in the Labour movement will never be complacent about anti-Semitism. We all need to do better.
And under a Labour government, it will not be tolerated in any form whatsoever.
I regard the fight against anti-Semitism as an absolute priority. People who hold anti-Semitic views have no place in the Labour Party.
This party, this movement, will always be implacable campaigners against anti-Semitism and racism in all its forms. We are your allies.
This morning, the Equality and Human Rights Commission published their final report into anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. I found this report hard to read, and it is a day of shame for the Labour Party.
Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party was condemned for anti-Semitism. The Labour files reveal they were the victims of distortions and misrepresentation. The files contain the entire contents of the party's disciplinary folders since before Jeremy Corbyn became leader in 2015.
We have really detailed data and information that one doesn't normally see about a political party.
The I-Unit investigation draws too on voices that have been sidelined. Jews who supported Corbyn, but don't support Israel. And British Palestinians.
It was painful. As Palestinians, it's very hard for you to enter the debates, and that's how it was designed to be.
In 2016, Labour Party member Helen Marks is interviewed by party officials as part of an investigation into her local constituency Labour Party.
We'd been accused of anti-Semitism by a member of the CLP, who was also a councillor. I felt it was a totally outrageous accusation. What he was doing was equating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. My father lost all his family during the Holocaust. His parents were rounded up and killed in either in the Warsaw Ghetto or taken off to a concentration camp.
Rika Bird attends the interview as a witness, what's called a silent friend. Both women are Jewish. 3 years later, Panorama, the BBC's longest-running current affairs programme, broadcast a damning film.
Do you think Mr. Corbyn is anti-Semitic?
I've been asked that a number of times, and you can tell from my polls that it's still a question I struggle with.
Labour's internal communications reveal the anger of party officials at what they regard as a betrayal of the BBC's duty of impartiality.
The BBC has used its market monopoly and might as a public broadcaster to run a biased political agenda. It's not a programme about anti-Semitism. It's a hit piece.
these all...
A description of Marks and Bird's disciplinary interview features in the documentary. The interview is conducted by Ben Westerman, a party official who is Jewish.
Harassment generally...
Ben Westerman received dozens of complaints. While interviewing one member, he was confronted with the very anti-Semitism he'd been investigating.
And we finished the interview. The person got up to leave the room and then turned back to me and said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "What do you mean, where am I from?" And she said, "I asked you, where are you from?" And I said, "I'm not prepared to discuss this." And they said, "Are you from Israel?"
No.
What can you say to that? You are assumed to be in cahoots with the Israeli government. It's this obsession with that just spills over all the time into anti-Semitism.
Rika Bird speaks to Westerman at the end of the interview.
When he says, "Where are you from? Are you from Israel?" That's an absolute lie. I didn't say that.
With Westerman's permission, the two women record the interview.
The full recording shows what actually did happen.
Curious, because I haven't been in the Labour Party very long, and I've certainly never been to anything like this informal interview before. So I'm just curious about, like, what branch are you in?
I don't think that's relevant.
Okay.
I hope that's okay. I don't think where I'm from is at all relevant to the investigation.
I did ask Westerman, what branch are you from? Meaning what branch of the Labour Party, because it was a Labour Party internal investigation. The word Israel never came into the exchange between me and Westerman.
At the time, I could hardly believe it, but I actually feel very angry about it now, because I feel it's so trivialising what is a really important issue.
A veteran anti-racist campaigner analyses Labour's confidential disciplinary files.
My mother was a Holocaust survivor who lost dozens of her own family, primarily in Auschwitz and Theresienstadt. I am a former ANC Member of Parliament from South Africa, where I served under Nelson Mandela, and I have written and lectured, including at Auschwitz, on genocide prevention.
Hundreds of party activists are suspended and expelled on the basis of evidence in these files. It consists largely of social media posts.
There are examples of genuine, clear anti-Semitism. Here is an example that says the enemy is not Muslims or Christians or Judaism. The real enemy is Rothschild Zionism. The Rothschild family holds about 80% of the world's total wealth. Rothschild dynasty. This is a fairly standard anti-Semitic trope. An image from social media with the word obey in large letters and how Jews control the American media. Here is another one. Who killed JFK? Who killed Lincoln? Who attacked the USS Liberty? Who is attacking our liberty? I'll tell you who, Jews. We can see real anti-Semitism. But then there is also a lot of information in these disciplinary files where there is clearly no anti-Semitism whatsoever. There's one post that reads, "In memory of 4 little footballers, rest in peace." And I'm sure many people will recall these 4 young kids, 9 to 11 years old, playing football on the beach, who were shot dead by Israeli forces. Another example. We demand that International Criminal Court and the UN charge Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel for war crimes against humanity. Very similar. Put Israel on trial for war crimes. To suggest that this is somehow anti-Semitic is simply trying to avoid Israel being called out for its appalling abuses in the occupied territories.
Files reveal a number of party members are investigated for sharing links to a 2017 I-Unit investigation. The lobby establishes ties between the Israeli embassy in London and organisations within the Labour Party. An officer for the parliamentary group Labour Friends of Israel is covertly filmed.
We work really closely together. But like a lot of it's behind the scenes, keeping it as a separate thing is actually better for everyone because ultimately we've got the same end goal of getting more people to be pro-Israel and to understand the conflict. But it's just how you do it.
This was film. This is evidence. Now this is sufficient reason to be investigated because you refer to this film by Al Jazeera that has been seen all over the world, that was actually critically acclaimed in many places. This is an attempt to close down any sort of meaningful political discussion or political debate on these matters.
As well as Labour Friends of Israel, the lobby also exposes links between the Israeli embassy and the grassroots Jewish labour movement. Both organisations are critics of Corbyn. Many of those investigated by the Labour Party believe that Israel is an apartheid state. Israel was created in 1948 by forming a Jewish homeland within historic Palestine, the culmination of the Zionist dream. In 1967, Israel invaded and occupied the remaining Palestinian land. Israel has since isolated Gaza while building illegal settlements in the West Bank, slowly diminishing the size of a potential Palestinian state. Palestinians effectively live under Israeli military control and do not have equal rights.
It's not anti-Semitic to call Israel an apartheid state. It's simply a fact. We have the Amnesty International report, the Human Rights Watch report. We have Israel's own one, its major human rights organizations, B'Tselem, have also come to this conclusion.
Israel launches an assault on the Gaza Strip following the murder of 3 Israeli teenagers.
What we saw was Israel bombard the Gaza Strip, bombard one of the most densely populated areas on earth. And in the space of 50 days, they killed over 2,200 Palestinians, including 500 children. And I remember, with my brothers, and they try and act quite tough, but they would call me crying on the phone.
It was the most horrific assault on Gaza. The place was devastated. It was a bomb to smithereens. It was a deeply shocking event in a history of repeated shocking events.
Jeremy Corbyn is elected leader of the Labour Party on a radical ticket that challenges Britain's establishment.
When Jeremy Corbyn became leader, we were so overjoyed.
The continuing occupation, the expansion of illegal settlements, and the imprisonment of Palestinian children are an outrage.
At last, we have a Western politician who actually sympathizes with the Palestinians.
And in order to help make that two-state settlement a reality, we will recognize a Palestinian state as soon as we take office.
Anger over events in Gaza means that many of Corbyn's supporters end up in Labour's disciplinary.
Rejoice, comrades. Some random geek is lurking in the void. Watch out for the tardigrades, geek. Hi. Welcome in. Enjoy your lurk.
Files.
Rot in hell, you Zionist bastards, and those who support them. I boycott Israel because it is a criminal, land-thieving, abusive, murderous, occupying, human rights denying apartheid state. You can't cover your crimes with claims of anti-Semitism. And I personally, when I came across this, must admit that I find it difficult because it is a brutal image. But a liberation struggle by its very nature, by its definition, is going to involve huge frustrations, huge anger, extraordinary suffering. You know, I saw the same thing in South Africa. In 1976, when hundreds of innocent, unarmed school children were shot dead by the apartheid military, of course there was outrage, anger, and high emotions around the world, and so there should have been. This is no different.
It's somehow implicitly understood that there are things you can't say. So one of them is you can't talk about your experiences in harrowing terms. You have to keep it sort of cool. And you can't talk about Israel in the way that it should be talked about.
When I started hearing and getting more active about anti-Semitism, I was just confused because Palestinians never chose who their occupier was. They didn't choose who forced them out of their homes. They didn't choose which religion they were going to say they acted in the name of. There was no choice in that.
Time to apologise, Mr. Livingston. Time to
Accusations of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party emerge after former London Mayor Ken Livingstone is attacked for claiming that Hitler had been a supporter of Zionism.
You're a lying racist.
Really? Why don't you go and check
a Nazi
history?
apologist. A
Check
Nazi
history.
apologist.
Check your history.
A Nazi apologist. You dare say that Hitler supported Zionism. You've lost it, mate. You need help.
Go back and look what he's saying.
You need help.
The party announces an inquiry into anti-Semitism and other forms of racism. The launch is overshadowed when a pro-Corbyn activist asks a question. Mark Wadsworth wrote a press release that had been criticised by a journalist from the right-leaning Daily Telegraph. He saw the journalist give it to a Labour MP.
I saw that the Telegraph handed a copy of a press release to Ruth Smith MP, so you can see who's working hand in hand. I'm pleased that he supports. She stormed out. She put out a statement claiming that this activist had been guilty of a classic anti-Jewish trope that Jewish people controlled the media. It was stomach churning. Didn't know she was Jewish. I had no reason to know she was Jewish. I sent through my solicitors Ruth Smith a letter saying that what she'd said about me could clearly be identified as libelous and that she should withdraw it. She took the statement down. I don't think anybody reported the fact that she took the statement down. It's appalling.
The very existence of my party, the Labour Party, is at stake. Every racist anti-Semite out of the Labour Party. It's time for Jeremy Corbyn to act.
Criticism of the Labour Party mounts. But not all British Jews oppose the Labour leader. The row over anti-Semitism exposes divisions within the Jewish community.
Lots of Jewish people were among the enthusiasts for Jeremy Corbyn. But when the attacks started to really ratchet up against Jeremy and his supporters, who were being absolutely demonised and vilified in the media, we talked to others in the party and decided that there was a need for a group which expressed an alternative Jewish view.
Pro-Corbyn Jews formed Jewish Voice for Labour. JVL is critical of Israel and Zionism. Unlike its larger rivals, the Jewish Labour Movement and Labour Friends of Israel, both of which are supportive of Israel.
For the first time ever, the Labour Party has walked into the disagreement between Jews over Zionism and said one sort of Jews are not only wrong, but they're guilty of anti-Semitism. It's a phenomenon.
My understanding of anti-Semitism has always been that it is a prejudice or hatred of Jews as Jews, simply because they are Jews or believed to be Jews. Unfortunately, there has developed what is called the new anti-Semitism, that to criticize Israel is inherently anti-Semitic.
What's being claimed by people, by many Jews, is that Israel is part of their identity. But more than that, it's part of their Jewish identity. It is essentially turning criticism of Israel and Zionism into anti-Semitism.
The idea that Jew equals Zionist and that anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism is dangerous, it's reprehensible, it's an abomination to me.
Jewish Voice for Labour is supported by Palestinians in the party, who believe they are the victims of racism.
Anybody who knows anything about the history knows very well that Israel was created on the basis of a state whose population would be of one community and not others. This is exemplified in my own story. I mean, why should I and my family have left our homes? We felt we had to leave because there had been a dreadful massacre in a village called Deir Yassin, Palestinian village, in which Jewish militias assaulted the village and shot dead over 100 people. After that terrible massacre, a big jeep went round the streets of Jerusalem with the militias, with these Jewish militias in it, leaders, shouting out, "Your turn is next." And I have never been allowed to return. No member of my family has returned. No Palestinian I know has been allowed to return for the same racist reason. They're of the wrong race. So you keep them out. Well, if that isn't racism, I don't know what is.
Two of Corbyn's opponents confront pro-Palestinian protesters. Most anti-Semitism campaigners belong to the political mainstream, but some are more militant.
So what we have here are militant Zionists, the people who campaign for the State of Israel.
Paul Scott is a pro-Palestinian activist.
Terrorist supporters! Off that street! Terrorist supporters! Off that street!
You get to know all the faces. It's actually only a very small core of people. They are always there. In many cases, the people they perceive to be anti-Semites are merely people who criticize the State of Israel.
Jonathan Hoffman is a former vice chair of the Zionist Federation. He will play an important role in the campaign against Corbyn. With him is Damon Lenzner, another pro-Israel activist. Following this incident, both men are convicted of aggressive bullying behaviour.
The aim is to provoke, to heckle, and in Jonathan Hoffman's case, it's usually to disrupt.
ISM, PSC, want to kill Jews like me.
The I-Unit has discovered links between Hoffman and a far-right organisation. Members of the Racist English Defence League, or EDL.
Oh, God.
Roberta Moore, the founder of the EDL's Jewish division.
I went and checked this today. Because there's no formal listing, like memberships or anything, people who have joined it, the EDL isn't prescribed. Curious, isn't it? Rejoice, comrades. A rather worried Reza is here. Hi, Reza. Remain hopeful. There is us. There is lots of us. Hi. Welcome in. Part 2. Dear God, this one is fucking terrifying. And it shows you how big a bastard, how big bastards this current form of the Labour Party is. Seriously, fucked up. Oh, Reza, please don't. I'm here to help, honestly. If you want to talk or anything, I'm always available, by the way. You can jump onto the Discord and talk to me if you want. After the stream, if you like, or later on in the morning. Oh, I will hydrate. Remember to hydrate, people. Hydration is good. So yes, I was saying, the EDL isn't prescribed. Makes you think. Just because they don't write down, they don't keep formal records about who joins and shit like that. They're neo-fash, obviously. And we're about to hear about this woman you can see here on the left of the screen. I'm assuming that's the ADF one in Germany. There is good people here in the UK, Reza. We just need to organise. Remember, there's 4 years, so there's plenty of shit we can do to counter Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics. Right-wing fucking bastards. There is plenty of time, don't you worry. Zach's going to win, hopefully. Keeping people aware of what he's saying all this. People are falling for it, he's saying all these great things, we'll do this when we're in power and blah blah blah. I don't fucking believe him. He's a fucking Thatcherite. We cannot trust him. We just need to convince other people across the UK not to trust him either. And whatever candidates they put up in the constituencies in 2029. We just need to educate people. By showing this one as well about fucking Starmer and his bastard, essentially. The left is growing limey. plenty of time for us to actually get we're organised after fashion, obviously. Green's organised. Brilliant grouping. Helena's a part of. So, yeah, plenty of time. Don't you worry. I will give you hope. Plus, you've got me. I will become more vocal if I need to be. Don't worry. Shall we continue? This one is truly, the other two is 55 minutes, and the last one, part 4, is only 20. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
She will later express her admiration for Anders Breivik, the neo-Nazi who murdered 77 people in Norway.
From around June 2010, the English Defence League started coming to the demonstrations supporting the pro-Israel counter-demonstrators. So they were dressed in camouflage gear, they often had balaclavas, dogs with them, St. George's flags, the whole thing.
Hoffman is not the only pro-Israel activist who had links to the far right. He worked closely with blogger Richard Millett. Millett's blog regularly provided a platform for Roberta Moore and other EDL supporters.
There are lots of examples about racism in Roberta Moore's comments on Richard Millett's blog. For example, she refers to burqa-clad dragons and filthy bearded vermin. Arabs have been eating camel for years. The cult of Islam has the power to turn normal human beings into beasts.
Hoffman and Millett distanced themselves from the EDL in 2011. Others in their circle of pro-Israel activists do not.
There's food on the table, it's very casual, and we're all going to participate. So we'll start here on my left.
Sharon Claff is co-founder of Campaign for Truth, an organisation that claims to promote greater understanding of Israel.
And so
Claff regularly expresses support for the English Defence League. She wrote on Millett's blog,
"They are salt of the earth people fighting for a democratically free England. We all share the greater enemy that is Islam."
She's hosting a gathering for people concerned about a Muslim Labour politician, Sadiq Khan, who is soon to become the Mayor of London.
And some of us were a little bit horrified about some of his alleged connections. I think I take that
Richard Millett is there.
relevant.
Another guest is Dan Fox, a former director of Labour Friends of Israel, which includes a third of Labour MPs.
So my name's Dan. I'm an old friend of Sharon's and a long-standing Labour Party member and activist. I think Sharon has got me here tonight. I'm very happy to have been invited, and I will hopefully be putting the case counterintuitively for why Sadiq is actually the right choice for the Jews of London.
So I'm gobsmacked. This is somebody who is on easy terms, refers to Sharon Claff as an old friend.
He's there to persuade them that Sadiq Khan is the good Muslim, that he can be trusted.
Dan Fox shouldn't be involved in that kind of gathering.
I didn't come from South Africa to be governed by Sharia law. If I want to be governed by Sharia law, I will go live in Saudi Arabia.
Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's racist or not, I would be very, very worried with a Muslim in charge. We know not all Muslims are terrorists, of course they're not, but most of the terrorists are Muslim. I don't know who is and who isn't. I'd rather err on the side of safety. I don't trust any of them.
Dan Fox is the partner of prominent Labour MP Stella Creasy. Creasy is among demonstrators who gather outside the Houses of Parliament.
I feel almost like I'm going to cry. I feel so ashamed right now that it's come to this.
The majority of Corbyn's critics do not embrace far-right politics, but they blame Corbyn for allowing anti-Semitism to flourish.
Say now in unison, so that he can hear you over there. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
But Corbyn has a problem. one that is ignored in the media coverage. As leader of the opposition, Corbyn has his own office, often known as Lotto. It's the party's General Secretary, Ian McNicol, who is in charge of party headquarters. And it's the disputes unit at party headquarters that handles anti-Semitism complaints. Corbyn inherited the party bureaucracy from previous, less radical party leaders.
For the first 2.5 years of his leadership, Jeremy Corbyn was obliged to work with a general secretary who was hostile to him and ran a party machinery which was hostile to him.
I've never worked in an environment that was so sort of toxic and toxic and unfriendly. I remember, for example, the first time I went and walked around HQ, and we were just walking around one of the floors, and it just goes deathly silent.
The Labour files contain a WhatsApp conversation between 3 senior officials: Claire Frances Fuller, the head of internal governance; Tracy Allen, manager of the General Secretary's office; and Mike Crichton, the director of audit, risk and property. The messages refer to Jeremy Corbyn.
I am just about to stab him. That might be a disciplinary. Worth it, though.
Nothing in the rules about stabbing. Poor form, though.
Ian's got some great knives, but an ice pick would have a certain irony.
This is a reference to the General Secretary, Ian McNicol, and to the murder of Leon Trotsky.
Would killing your leader with an ice pick or knife not come under bringing the party into disrepute?
Not in this case.
Reading this, there's about a dozen people in this WhatsApp group, the most senior officials in the Labour Party. They obviously have total confidence in one another that this conversation is not going to be leaked. They're not taking orders from Mr. Corbyn, quite the opposite. They obviously hold the party leadership in contempt.
After a year as leader, Corbyn is forced to stand for a second time following an attempted coup. While the party establishment challenges Corbyn, he inspires hundreds of thousands of new members to join. Staff at party headquarters launch what is known as the validation process. They scour the social media of new members. It's claimed the goal is to weed out those who hold offensive views. The Labour files reveal the methodology used by party staff. They draw up a list of Labour MPs and search for abuse directed at them, and only at those MPs.
If you look at the name of the MPs, and I got a list of 57, and the very odd thing is, as far as I can see, there's scarcely a single supporter of Jeremy Corbyn on this list. It kind of loads it in a very significant way, but it's only going to pick up those hostile to the right wing of the party, i.e. Corbynite supporters.
Can you hear me okay? We've had a bit of overflow.
More than 11,000 members are identified as needing to be investigated. It creates a backlog in the disciplinary unit and diverts staff from tackling anti-Semitism.
Factionalism within the Labour Party was so endemic and so pronounced that it actually was disrupting the Labour Party's ability to deal with, for example, anti-Semitism cases.
The validation process is run by Sam Matthews, who soon becomes head of the disputes team handling anti-Semitism.
Denial is not an option. Prevarication is not an option. Being a bystander who turns their head the other way is not an option. The time for action is now.
By the spring of 2018, Corbyn is as frustrated as his critics. The Labour files show that in February that year, Corbyn writes to the party's General Secretary, Ian McNicol, angry that the disputes team under Sam Matthews is so ineffective in tackling anti-Semitism.
It is clear that the current processes are far too slow to meet the volume of disciplinary cases the party has to deal with.
In a draft response, McNicholl claims the scale of anti-Semitism in the party is exaggerated.
Over half of the complaints made relate to non-members and therefore are not a matter for the complaints team.
He urges Corbyn to
remind colleagues in the shadow cabinet and the Parliamentary Labour Party that misguided comments attacking the unit undermine the work they do and serve only those in the right-wing press.
In April 2018, Corbyn puts close ally Jenny Formby in charge of the party bureaucracy. Formby replaces McNicholl as General Secretary at party headquarters, finally giving the leadership authority over the disputes department. Staff brought in by Formby to work on disputes are appalled at what they find.
There was no record keeping, so a number of members had been suspended or investigated. However, we couldn't find the evidence for what caused the suspension or the investigation. So it was clear to me that cases just hadn't been worked on. So for me to start in 2019 and have first eyes on cases from 2016 was quite absurd.
Once Corbyn is in control of the party bureaucracy, the disciplinary process improves.
This graph shows the number of suspensions, investigations and expulsions from the Labour Party on grounds of anti-Semitism all through the Corbyn era. And this is the moment when Jenny Formby becomes General Secretary of the Labour Party, enabling Jeremy Corbyn to take control of the bureaucracy of how Labour works. After they took control, the number of investigations, suspensions and expulsions went up exponentially. This graph on its own does a great deal to raise deep questions about the dominant media narrative on the Corbyn era.
Analysis of the party's internal disciplinary statistics tells the same story. During the 2.5 years that McNicholl is Corbyn's General Secretary, 44 anti-Semitism cases are brought before the party's ruling National Executive Committee. In the 2 years Jenny Formby is in charge, 379 anti-Semitism cases go before the NEC. The NEC decides whether to suspend or expel members.
The key finding, backed up by the evidence, which we can see represented graphically here, is that the key failings of the Labour Party on anti-Semitism took place in the period before April 2018, before Jeremy Corbyn had control of the party bureaucracy.
Yet Jeremy Corbyn has taken all the blame, and his factional opponents within the party, none at all. BBC Panorama's damning film on Labour's handling of anti-Semitism is the culmination of 3 years' hostile media coverage.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! You're offenders!
I am heartbroken and disgusted that the party that I joined over a decade ago is now institutionally racist.
The Panorama features interviewees drawn almost entirely from the period when Ian McNicholl was General Secretary and Sam Matthews ran the disputes unit. Panorama's interviewees claim that attempts to tackle anti-Semitism were undermined by the Corbyn leadership.
Mr. Corbyn and his office have repeatedly said that when party members are accused of anti-Semitism, they don't interfere in the disciplinary process. Indeed, the Labour Party said any such suggestion is categorically untrue.
But that doesn't seem to be the case. In an email, Mr. Corbyn's Director of Communications, Seamus Milne, asked for a review of the disciplinary process into anti-Semitic complaints. There was a risk, he said, of muddling up political disputes with racism.
How did you interpret that email from Mr. Milne?
The same way that all staff in Labour's head office did, which is that this was the leader's office requesting to be involved directly in the disciplinary process.
Our investigation finds that Communications Director Seamus Milne is specifically asked for his
view
by Emily Oldknow, an executive director who oversees the disputes team. Milne is also referring to a very specific case. James Schneider worked alongside Milne and has the full email that Matthews referred to in the Panorama programme.
It reads, "This member is a Jewish activist, the son of a Holocaust survivor. If we're more than very occasionally using disciplinary action against Jewish members for anti-Semitism, something's going wrong, and we're muddling up political disputes with racism. Quite apart from this specific case, I think going forward, we need to review where and how we're drawing the line if we're going to have clear and defensible processes." So, how this is used is just the red bit. So these 10 words, the great irony is that this is totally correct and is borne out as being totally correct because the Labour Party has actually, again and again, disciplined Jewish people disproportionately for anti-Semitism because it has been muddling up political disputes with racism, political disputes within the Jewish community.
The BBC programme only reflects one side of the divide within the Jewish community. It does not speak to supporters of the pro-Corbyn Jewish Voice for Labour group. Instead, it draws on the experiences of young Jewish party members whose affiliation is not identified.
There was a selection of very eloquent interviews, but what the Panorama programme did not withheld from the viewer was the fact that most of these idealistic young people were officials in the anti-Corbyn Jewish Labour movement. It doesn't mean, by the way, that what they were saying was untrue. It simply means that if you're going to assess what they're saying, it's relevant, essential even, that Panorama viewers should be told that, and they weren't.
The interviewees include Ella Rose, who's worked for the Israeli embassy in London and led the Jewish Labour movement. Izzy Lenga was JLM's international officer. She tells a remarkable story.
I'm Izzy Lenga. I joined the Labour Party in 2015. The anti-Semitic abuse I received was what I was subjected to every single day. Telling me Hitler was right, telling me Hitler did not go far enough.
And she came up with this utterly shocking statement, which really emphasised the scale of what one could only describe as the immorality and the depravity of Corbyn's Labour Party. But is it really true? I mean, we can check this out.
In 2015, when Lenga was at university, neo-Nazi posters appear on campus saying, "Hitler was right." Lenga is involved in getting them removed and receives online anti-Semitic abuse.
If you read this article in the Daily Mail, and it's also in subsequent reporting, there's no suggestion in it that the Labour Party is involved at all, or the left. It's a strong suggestion in it, actually. It comes from the sort of fascist right.
It's just so far outside the bounds of possibility. I mean, have you ever been in any room where if someone says Hitler was right, every day, they're saying it every day, and everyone just doesn't do anything, doesn't say anything, doesn't respond, doesn't say, what? I mean, can you imagine?
It does make you wonder if in the summer of 2019, we'd reached a stage where you could say almost anything you liked about Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party. The BBC produced a documentary bearing directly on the character and the fitness for office of the leader of the Labour Party, the leader of Her Majesty's opposition, in a moment of intense constitutional crisis. Now, that's a momentous intervention in British politics. So I do think the BBC have to look really carefully at their record here.
They're officially called His Majesty's Loyal Opposition because the Shadow Cabinet, parts of the Shadow Cabinet, so whoever's the Shadow Leader, Shadow Home, I can't remember who else, Chancellor, they're all part of the Privy Council, so is First Minister for here and Wales and whoever's in charge at Stormont. I don't know who it is just now. So they're all part of the Privy Council. They're all ready. The shadow bench, shadow front bench are all read in case something happens to the government. So they can take over in case of emergency if something fucking major happens, obviously. I don't know. Modern day Guy Fawkes, if you will. So they know everything, they get read in, essentially, the Privy Council. So whenever they say, oh, we didn't know about this and shit like that, they all get read into what's actually happening. So whenever any of the cabinet say shit, they can basically turn around. So that means you're not part of the Privy Council. You can just look at them like they're fucking either lying to us, more than likely, or that they're incompetent and they should be in that role. Have to know the way our system works because it's fucking archaic as balls and needs fixed. Literally, Privy Council. Shouldn't have a monarch. Oh, the Republican, by the way. So you can actually turn around and say something, you're fucking lying. You are a part of the Privy Council. This sort of stuff we don't need to say if it's happening in the party itself. That's why investigative reporting like this is good. So we know how big a bastards they are really. And obviously this current iteration of the Labour Party, fuck me. They should not be in power. We've said it. The minute they got rid of Corbyn and said things are going to go downhill fast. When the right of the party, basically, I would have said centrist after Starmer took over. No, they're pretty much fucking Tories.
The BBC's reporting prompts critical and alarmist coverage in the British press. It helps establish a consensus that Corbyn has failed to tackle anti-Semitism.
The more alarmist wing of reporting on this issue, it hurts Jewish people because the idea that Jewish people were afraid of a Corbyn government is true. But why? It's the fact that we're told it's an existential threat by our own papers. We're presented with this image of hordes of virulent anti-Semites. Now, that frightens people. And you can understand why that frightens people because that is a terrifying image. It's a terrifying vision. It just has nothing to do with the truth whatsoever. And at least some of the people that were propagating it knew it had nothing to do with the truth.
In the spring of 2019, Britain's Equalities and Human Rights Commission, or EHRC, announces it is investigating the Labour Party for anti-Semitism. It's in response to a formal complaint from the Jewish Labour Movement and other organisations. Like Panorama, the Equalities body focuses on the leadership. The Labour files contain a letter from the EHRC to the Labour Party. It lists 14 individuals.
I'm sorry, my English comrades, I really am. I really don't like the song Jerusalem, I'm sorry. Feel free to hear any of our runs. Flower of Scotland's quite good. I like Flower of Scotland. Plus the national anthem of the UK. Fucking hell. Just fuck off. Sorry. Oh, bad Katie. Bad. I've forgotten the Welsh national anthem. Fuck. I will need to ask Specs next time I see him. If you can help me, please, what's the national anthem of Wales? Naughty Katie. I really should know that.
Individuals it wants to investigate. The names include Corbyn and 13 close colleagues and allies.
What is gobsmacking is that not one of the people involved in the disciplinary process prior to the arrival of Jenny Formby as General Secretary is being investigated. This is absolutely baffling.
We have failed Jewish people, our members, our supporters, and the British public.
When the EHRC report is published a year later, it makes no reference at all to McNichol, Matthews, or any other staff members who'd handled anti-Semitism complaints before April 2018. Instead, it condemns the Corbyn leadership for
23 instances of political interference.
In the complaints process, this, it says, was
discriminatory and unlawful.
The EHRC report accused the leadership of the Labour Party of interfering in the disciplinary process. The ironic thing is, if you actually read the EHRC report closely, and you have to read it closely because this is not made explicit at all, many of the interventions that were made by Jeremy Corbyn's office were actually to try to speed up processes or to ask why nothing was being done. And actually the EHRC's legal logic, if you follow it through, becomes quite bizarre.
Time to apologise, Mr. Livingston. Why are you bringing time to apologise?
One of the accusations is that by attempting to speed up Ken Livingstone's case, the leader's office was thereby, in the words of the EHRC report, indirectly discriminating against Jewish Labour Party members because the case was being treated differently. So I think people would be surprised to find out that the way that the case was being treated differently was not that Jeremy Corbyn was trying to protect his friend from accusations of anti-Semitism. Actually, supposedly the discrimination against Jewish members was that, in this case, the leader's office was intervening to speed up a process.
On the one hand, Corbyn is lacerated for tolerating a culture of anti-Semitism. On the other hand, he's lacerated for interfering to try and deal with the problem. He's damned either way.
Reinstate Mark Wadsworth! Reinstate Mark!
Soon after Formby, Corbyn's ally, takes over as General Secretary, the disciplinary case against Mark Wadsworth is finally heard by the party. Wadsworth had been accused of anti-Semitism by a Jewish Labour MP.
I've been waiting for 2 years for this. It's been torture. It's been agony. I've been hung out to dry. I was put before a 3-day hearing. Didn't stand a chance. I mean, they'd already decided that I was guilty, whatever evidence I put before them. The outcome was that I was expelled, bringing the party into disrepute. They didn't say that I'd been anti-Semitic because they realised that that simply didn't stand up.
Mr. Corbyn, have you had any doubts?
Jeremy Corbyn didn't look after me. He threw me under a bus. They were desperate to get into number 10, to get into number 11.
There were many instances where I did feel quite uncomfortable in terms of how far they were pursuing individuals for anti-Semitism. We were instructed to scour through Facebook pages and social media pages of individuals who we were looking for anti-Semitic material for. The word Palestine was included as a search term, which was the thing that alarmed me the most. We would act almost immediately to any inquiries that would come in from the Jewish Chronicle or Jewish News, even if it was, at close of play. We would often get instructed by the directors to just stay behind so we can take action on those individuals.
The The Labour files reveal that anti-Semitism campaigners are scouring social media accounts for evidence to send to Labour headquarters.
One has to understand that this was a social media crisis, that it involved people trawling through extraordinary numbers of social media accounts to find examples that could be interpreted as anti-Semitism. So what we have here is the anti-Semitism cases logs, which logs every single complaint of anti-Semitism made during the Corbyn years and after the Corbyn years. 23% of all complaints in the Corbyn era involved one single individual complainant. 23%. 12% came from the organisation Labour Against Anti-Semitism.
Labour Against Anti-Semitism is a collective of party activists. It regularly makes accusations against Jewish party members. But its spokesman, Ewan Phillips, is not Jewish. The Labour files show that Phillips writes to the party's disputes unit using a pseudonym that appears Jewish.
David Gordstein.
On one occasion, he uses his real name.
Thank you, Ewan.
He hastily corrects himself.
I meant, thank you, David.
Labour Against Anti-Semitism does have a Jewish advisor.
No, it isn't. Whether Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite or not, he just has too many anti-Semitic associations, too many terrorist associations to be able to be trusted in Downing Street.
Jonathan Hoffman at one time demonstrated alongside the English Defence League. Now, he's on mainstream TV news.
From Jewish Voice for Labour, and Jonathan Hoffman, who is a consultant to the Labour Against Anti-Semitism group. Thank you both for joining us.
There's no many Reza, trust me on that. There's a few here in Glasgow for odd reasons, really. You don't need to worry too much about Galloway. Hopefully he'll just, he can still have his wee YouTube thing. I've managed to rescue a few friends of my niece away from the Workers' Party. They don't earn enough yet to join the Greens, but they're affiliated. They're basically following what the Greens are doing and stuff. Plus, if they've got any questions or want me to speak up for them within the Scottish Greens, I can do that. We're combating the Workers' Party as well, obviously. Being able to call them out and stuff is always a good thing. I used to follow their YouTube channel. I've been on their live stream. I was in their chat for over a year actually during the pandemic. Before the pandemic for 2 years, something like that. I never joined the Workers' Party because at that point it was still part of the Scottish Labour Party, but now I'm part of the Greens. Yay! I'm not sure how many people are actually part of the Workers' Party. We can check the channel to see how many subscribers they've got on YouTube after this, if you like. They're not that big, I don't think. I don't think they can run in all the constituencies because that costs a lot. That's why the Greens are good. Will they be running in all the constituencies here next year? I'll need to ask Ellie Gummersall that. Don't use me, I can counter George Galloway. Yeah, don't worry about it. I can cover them if you like, show you what they're actually like online at times. I try to avoid his actual channel, his actual one, because the man infuriates me. I was born and brought up in Perth, he's from Dundee, which is just slightly north of Perth, still in Tayside. Well, Perth and Kinross. And Dundee's just up the road, up the A9. MP here in Glasgow, Glasgow Hillhead, fucking ages ago. Just trying to think of how many different parties he's been a member of. That's the problem with having this van. Tries my throat out. Much better. How's everyone doing with this? Goo. 56, 53, 56, 40. One, two, three.
It's absolutely not satisfactory, and the issues between the Jewish community and between Labour and anti-Semitism, which I represent, and the Labour Party will go on after today.
The blog run by Richard Millett becomes the source for a number of stories about Corbyn's alleged anti-Semitism. They include a 2013 incident when Corbyn accused a group of Zionists of lacking a sense of English irony. The Zionists present at the meeting he was describing were Millett, Hoffman, and Sharon Clough.
I am just dumbstruck. These people consorted with known right-wing extremists, with known racists, with Islamophobes. When they have a story about what they perceive to be anti-Semitism, they're taken seriously and at face value by the mainstream media, who don't seem to conduct any kind of research into their background or their associates. I'm just amazed at the hypocrisy.
At Labour headquarters, the pressure over anti-Semitism takes a toll.
There was an individual who I had expelled out of the Labour Party for anti-Semitism, and she was an elderly lady. And she passed away soon after her expulsion, and people were blaming the party's expulsion leading to her death, as she had a stroke which led to her death. We had a team meeting, and in the meeting, a senior officer had laughed and said, "Look, we're anti-Semite killers now." And the whole room broke out in laughter. At that stage, I just broke down because, I just didn't know how to deal with something so horrendous. I blamed myself. Is something that deeply, deeply impacted me, I think.
You Nazi scum. You should burn in the gas oven, you dirty
Parker Posey? Kelly Jane Minton? I've forgotten her actual name. I only know her online persona as Poker. Posey Parker? Is that what she calls herself? Yeah, her. And lots of other terrorists were inviting in, like a Heritage Foundation, known right-wing fucking extremists from the States. Oh, Sean's done a video on it. I can't remember how long it is. Halima? Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you, Reza. Another one lost. Might be what you with some people from the Workers' Party, admittedly, if we organise properly. If you want subjects so you can take a break from it, we can do fun shit if you like, Reza. If you can bear with me, I'll get through these parts 2, 3 and 4. We shouldn't be at it too long, then we can do something fun. Or we can finish this one up and do something nice or fun. Oh, thank you, Limey. Very kind of you for doing that. Don't you worry, Reza. We're here. I have such respect for you. You're one of my first subscribers. Thank you. Okay, 5921, 5925.
Police discovered this answer phone threat has been left by a Jewish man. Jewish supporters of Jeremy Corbyn find themselves in an increasingly hostile environment.
I have had phone calls. I had some phone calls from somebody who said he was outside my door and he knew, he knew my home and he knew where I lived and he was going to put me in a wheelchair and that sort of thing, yeah.
I met what to me was utterly cruel nastiness from the local Labour Party. And what was so cruel was that I'd been a member of the Labour Party since I was a young socialist at 15 or something. And I used to love the Labour Party. I had friends here. People turned against me, people I knew. People who my children babysat for their children. They'll say, don't cross over and talk to Jenny Manson. It's Jenny that kind of thing. It's been horrible.
Your opinion has been all over the media. This is my turn to have our opinion.
I'm standing here and I'm entitled to express my view.
Let her have an interview.
Use force.
I'm not using force.
No.
I'm trying to stop you disrupting an interview so that everyone can have their voice heard.
Disrupting the interview.
This is what happened when you try to raise a different view.
I'm ashamed of you and all those that... Shame on you! 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 Oh, Jeremy's a racist! Oh, Jeremy's a racist!
While pro-Corbyn Jews find themselves shouted down, Palestinian voices are silenced almost entirely. The crisis in the Labour Party in 2018 coincides with the Great March of Return in the Gaza Strip.
A group of unarmed people marched to the barrier that Israel had erected between Gaza and the rest of the country and demanding that they should return to their homes and lands.
Rejoice. Jim Speak is here. Hi, Jim. Welcome in. Mwah. Mod extraordinaire. How you doing, Jim? Great to see you. No care for Helena. Helena, yeah. She said she might not stream today or yesterday now. It's a Friday after all. I'm surprised Kev didn't stream. Maybe the heat got to him. Maybe he's lying on his bed bollock naked trying not to burn up too much. I don't actually know what the weather's like in Birmingham. I hope it isn't too bad for him tomorrow so we can get to see him tomorrow and be as snarky as ever. I will be streaming again after him, so that'll be good. Yeah, Labour Files. Everyone needs to see this again just to remind people what Labour are like under Starmer. Dear God, this is rage-inducing. 101, 35. 45. I'm 10 seconds behind. There we go.
The Israelis responded with fire.
In 8 months, over 150 Palestinians are killed.
It was inspiring in one way to see the strength and resilience of the Palestinian people. But at the same time, it was absolutely devastating. They shot a journalist, Yasser Materja, a member with a press vest on. They shot a nurse with her hands up. I mean, these were war crimes being committed. But then at the same time, everything in the Labour Party was a different world. It wasn't talked about. It wasn't put at the forefront. And the headlines were on anti-Semitism. And so I feel like a lot of people, when it came to Palestine, felt like they had to walk on eggshells in order to get the terminology exactly right. People become more and more fearful of speaking up for the Palestinian people because it's easier not to.
Enthusiastic campaigners increasingly focused their efforts on compelling the Labour Party to adopt a new definition of anti-Semitism.
I'd be very clear that only the full adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism is good enough. No ifs, no buts, no caveats.
The NEC has got to adopt the internationally agreed code, lock, stock and barrel.
Palestinians opposed the new definition.
The IHRA definition was eagerly taken up by Western governments and Western institutions, and it was blatantly pro-Israeli and therefore anti-Palestinian.
The controversy around the definition concerns the examples that accompany it.
These are the 11 illustrative examples of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. 7 of them, these in red, refer to Israel. It conflates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. The 7th one, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for instance, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor, is particularly problematic because by acknowledging the right to self-determination of the Jewish people, you are, by definition, removing the right of self-determination from the Palestinian people.
Not only must we unanimously agree this definition of anti-Semitism, we must take the proper procedures in line to discipline those who undermine them.
The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is deeply flawed. So the overall impression given by the document is that anti-Semitism includes criticism of Israel or criticism of Zionism. It has embedded this confused definition of anti-Semitism into the public consciousness.
There was a lot of attempts to push back. Truthfully, I think at that time period, there was very minimum success in pushing the Palestinian narrative into the media around this issue. To me, what I remember is there basically being near to none.
95%, we are the 90%. No ifs, no buts, IHRA. No ifs, no buts, IHRA. Get COVID out, get COVID out, get COVID out.
Labour's ruling National Executive Committee is gathering to discuss whether to adopt the IHRA definition. Outside are familiar pro-Israel activists. They include Sharon Claff, who sympathises with the racist English Defence League. She is asked whether anti-Semitism is being weaponized to attack Corbyn.
That in itself is an anti-Semitic trope, to say that a group of people would use something as serious as race hate to try and undermine a politician.
Inside, the NEC passes the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition, including the examples that link anti-Semitism to criticism of Israel.
We adopted the IHRA because it was politically impossible to hold up why you wouldn't. Day after day on the media, there are Jewish voices who want the IHRA definition. The counter pressure from Palestinian voices in the media and so on was absent.
Jim, do we like James? Is James good people? I recognise him. I do recognise him. We love James. I thought he was good people. I recognise him. He's probably been on the media, obviously. Cool. Oh God, I love that emo. I love it. I wonder how Minster's doing. He always looks so red. Him and Akehurst. I'm just waiting for one of them or both of them to have an aneurysm. That'll be fun. Look, Akehurst, fuck off. Does he? Alright, so really, so James Snyder is really a good person, thank fuck, because of fucking Rage Man hates him, that's a good thing. That shows us. Can I fight that after we finish this? I'm actually screaming at James Snyder. I suppose I can just type them into YouTube and find it. Hello, what's that, Jim? You'll get the link, thank you kindly. If you can post it in my Discord as well. Since it involves Mensa, you can put it in Far Right Wanker if you like. That's probably the most appropriate channel for it. But the general channel will be fine as well. So bloody thirsty. This streaming work is dim thirsty work. Damn it, go on. Ah. My hand keeps on shaking. Haha. Thank you so much. Num. It is summer fruits, by the way, everyone. So basically berries. Hang on, I'll see what is in it. Oh! Cherries, strawberry, and apple. I'm more a citrusy girly. Lemon's obviously the best flavour ever. Do not listen to my middle sister. She's a virulent lemon hater. She just looks at me weird and says, how can you eat that or drink that quite easily? She looks at me weird as well because I love broccoli. Doesn't taste metallic to me. Shows that I'm anemic. She can taste it. She says it tastes like 1 and 2 peas. Fair enough. You're not anemic. That's good. I love broccoli. It is delicious. 1, 2, 3.
I wasn't surprised that it passed. They created a climate where I think many people thought that the only way the attacks would stop is if this definition was passed. But I just wish that Jeremy Corbyn had stood up for what he truly believed in at that time.
Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority.
The Labour Party suffers one of its worst electoral defeats. Jeremy Corbyn is replaced as Labour leader by Sir Keir Starmer.
It is the honour and the privilege of my life to be elected as leader of the Labour Party.
The new leader has a very different view of the relationship between Israel and the Palestinians.
Amnesty International recently released a report where they accused Israel of being an apartheid state. That was embraced and supported by many members of your party, particularly on the left. Do you agree with them?
No. I've been very clear about that, and that is not the Labour Party position.
Staff in the party's disputes department feel a change.
I believe the criteria for anti-Semitism changed quite dramatically within Keir's leadership. It was quite clear that anti-Semitism was going to be used as a tool under the new leadership to essentially strike out as many left-wing members as possible.
Round of applause for Jim. Yes. True. That needs pinned. Because baseness gets pinned.
Many Jews are among those targeted by the new leadership.
At least 56 Jewish people that we know of have at some point during this completely insane period in Labour Party history been either investigated, suspended, or actually expelled from the party for something to do with anti-Semitism.
Jewish members of the Labour Party, we've calculated, are 6.3 times more likely to be investigated by the Labour Party for allegations of anti-Semitism than non-Jews in the Labour Party. People who've written about the false allegations of anti-Semitism, people who've written about their experience of their increasing anger with Israel and Palestine. We call that anti-Semites. We're all old. Our parents were Holocaust victims, effectively. My mother escaped a pogrom. How dare they tell us we're anti-Semitic? And how dare they challenge us that we don't know what anti-Semitism is?
Starmer settles a court case with the journalist who presented the BBC Panorama programme and with former Labour Party staff who gave interviews. The Corbyn leadership had described them as
disaffected former officials
with
personal and political axes to grind.
We are pleased that our reputations have been restored, although it will take time to repair the damage caused by their unfounded attacks.
The former staff receiving damages include Ben Westerman, the investigator who told the inaccurate story about Rika Bird, and Sam Matthews, who gave the arguably misleading description of the email by Corbyn's communications director. The Labour files include a document that reveals the party settled against the advice of its own lawyers.
We have the legal advice given by the lawyers of the Labour Party. Now, I'm used to seeing legal advice in these circumstances. Normally it's hedged round with sort of caution coming from a lawyer. This is the most unambiguous legal advice I've ever seen.
The legal advice read,
"In my opinion, the party is likely to successfully defend these claims. The defamatory meaning identified by the claimants can be shown to be fundamentally flawed."
The advice does not suggest that the party's allegations were true. However, it clearly states that a range of other strong legal defences were available and that most of the claims could be defeated on those grounds. The party's lawyers are also concerned that issues of principle arise in the case of the BBC journalist who is demanding more than $150,000. The legal advice read,
"For a reporter who has fronted a highly critical, indeed condemnatory documentary about a political party to receive a six-figure sum in damages would, I think, have an exceptionally chilling and disproportionate effect on free speech."
Starmer ignores the lawyers and pays hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages.
So what was the reason that Mr. Starmer settled? I think he is defining himself against Mr. Corbyn. He wants to renounce Corbyn and all his works. And part of that renunciation is to accept that the case from the BBC whistleblowers was valid and give in to it.
The leaders of Jewish groups that support Israel hold a Zoom call with the Labour Party spokesman on communities and local government, Steve Reed. The plan is to discuss anti-Semitism. But the conversation quickly turns to BDS, the campaign to boycott Israeli goods and divest from the country in order to pressure Israel to end its occupation of Palestinian land. Israel is deeply concerned about BDS, and the British Conservative Party has agreed to introduce legislation making it illegal for public bodies to boycott Israel. The Labour files contain the minutes of the meeting. Amanda Bowman is Vice President of the influential Board of Deputies of British Jews. According to the minutes, she
introduced the topic of BDS legislation. She understands that while Labour might hesitate to support Tories on anti-BDS legislation, she advises that Labour would be unwise to do anything to oppose this.
Bowman went on.
The Board of Deputies are keen to counter suppositions from Labour MPs that because they're nominally committed to combating anti-Semitism, that it gives them carte blanche to say what they like about Israel.
Reed assured her he would
never accept attempts to exceptionalize and delegitimize Israel.
Reading that document and seeing it laid out quite clearly, this mix-up of anti-Semitism, opposing racism towards the Jewish community, and opposing BDS policy in one meeting is quite shocking to see. BDS for Palestinians is a way of pressuring Israel to comply with international law, to end the illegal occupation of Palestine, and to adhere and give Palestinians equal rights. It shows that basically it is not enough to combat anti-Semitism. You have to counter any attempts to show solidarity and effective solidarity with the Palestinian people.
After 6 years of rigorous investigations, the Labour Party found sufficient evidence to open anti-Semitism-related investigations into less than half of 1% of its membership.
Sorry about that, I was just fixing my bag.
That figure includes many of the interviewees in this film.
They have created an incredibly hostile environment for anybody, including any Jew who is in any way critical of Israel. To be accused of racism, to be accused of anti-Semitism, is frankly terrifying. And most important of all, it has silenced Palestinians, the victims of Israeli apartheid.
No, Andrew, yeah, I know that. No, I have deep respect for Andrew Feinstein. Andrew Feinstein. I don't know how to pronounce the second part of his name. Yeah, he is a gem, isn't he? Please, just disaffiliate for the love of God. He did. Oh, my heart was a flutter. But, fuck. Ooh, dude. I am using the chat off my phone for a second. Give me a minute. How close did he get? Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I never fucking voted for the cunt. In September, he will be 63. Holborn and St Pancras. Let's see. Oh, see, it was created in 1983. Election results, if you please. Oh God. Oh, yeah, Feinstein became second. So Starmer got 80,884, which is 48.9% of the vote. Feinstein got 7,312, which is, fuck it, 19%. So his majority is 11,500. In the scheme of things, that's not much of a majority, really. Correct, Jim? Yeah. Please, just fucking disaffiliate. Please, for the fuck's sake, they are not for the trade unions anymore. They're not for your workers. They're not for your members. Oh dear God, how many people ran in this fucking seat? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 workers? No Workers' Party, which is odd. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The top 6 got their deposits back. So Green came 3rd, Scum came 4th, Reform came 5th, and the Lib Dems came 6th. Monster Raving Looney, Nick the Incredible Flying Brick, I love their names, 0.4%. UKIP are still a thing? 75 votes, fucking hell. 0.2% of the vote. Socialist Equality, Tom Scripps, 0.2% of the vote. And an independent, Senthil Kumar, 0.1% of the vote. And someone with no description of what they are, Bobby Smith, so a local independent probably, got 19 votes. There's usually at least 6 for a general election here in my constituency. The one where we had the most was 2017 one? Yeah, it was the one that the Mayball called 2017. And we had 12 of them running in this wee constituency of ours, which was quite mental, really. The top 3 all got their deposits back, so in 2017 it was still SNP, so Anne McLaughlin became first, she won the seat. Then Labour came second. Then we did have a Green running in 2017, but not 19. So 2017, the third place went to the Green candidate, Scotch Greens. Then everyone below them didn't get their deposits back. They all got less than 5%, which is quite mental considering it takes it's £1,000 deposit you have to pay. But good on them for running at least. They thought they'd give it a try. Yes. Good for them for inviting the Palestinian ambassador. We don't need severe karma. I love Hassam Zumwalt. He is good people. Yeah, literally, they've forgotten who created them. They literally were born out of the trade union movement, that's why they were called fucking Labour. But yeah, basically throwing workers under the bus. So fuck them. Literally fuck them. Screw you, Labour.
Victims of occupation, the victims of oppression, and it has silenced those who wish to support them.
I was invited to speak to the constituency about Palestine. And I was very glad to do it. Now, that constituency, Hackney North, is known to be a left-wing, generally pro-Palestinian constituency. So I felt really I was among friends. I remember saying something like, there are two Palestines now. There's Palestine over there, which is obviously the conflict with Israel, occupied territories, etc., and the Palestine over here, which is the one where we are being silenced, where this IHRA definition is being used. That's what I wanted to talk about. Well, I didn't get a chance. The chairperson of the meeting stopped me, just like that, stopped me dead and said, no, we can't go on with this. We can't go on with this. Thank you very much. And I was cut off, just like that. I can't describe the way I felt. It was like a slap in the face. It was like being elbowed out physically of a meeting, a door opening and being thrown out into the corridor. It felt just like that.
In 2022, an independent barrister, Martin Ford, publishes a report on racism and bullying in the Labour Party. Rejoice, comrades. Shanna Cranky Pants is here. Hi, Shanna, darling. Juice. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. It's very much needed. My throat's really dry. I've got my big fan on right next to me. Thank you, Shannon. Yes. Okay, let's carry on. It says, we have not received clear and convincing documentary evidence that there was a systematic attempt by the elected leadership unbidden in the disciplinary process in order to undermine the party's response to allegations of anti-Semitism. It describes Panorama's use of Labour Party internal emails as entirely misleading. Well done, Martin Ford.
There are still those who think there's no problem with anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, that it's all exaggerated or a factional attack. There are still those who think there's no problem with anti-Semitism in the Labour Party,
was
that it's
a
all
factional
exaggerated
attack, you fucker.
or a factional attack, then frankly, you are part of the problem too. And you should be nowhere near the Labour Party either.
Screw you. The Labour Party declined to comment. It says that this and other criticisms made of it and descriptions applied to it by members and observers who appeared in the programme were offensive, unconvincing and unrealistic. Members of your Labour Party now were recorded, literal video, and emails that they wrote and WhatsApp messages. Yes. Seriously, infuriating. This Labour Party can go and fuck itself. And Anas. We're coming for you, by the way. I'll keep on saying this, I'll remind everyone, I'll do a full detailed description, show you all how it works, the voting system up here, in time for next May. So Anas doesn't have a constituency. He's on the list. So 1, 2, 3, 4, blah 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 blah. However many you can vote for on the list. You just need to put one, and that's it. Fuck everything else. I usually put 4, 5 or 6, depending on how many people are going to be on the list. Depending on who they are, mostly I'll put Labour and... Who should I put last? Labour, the scum, or Reform scum? I really don't see the point in of them running here in this constituency or for the list in this area. Like I keep on telling everyone, this is the most left-wing seat in all of Britain. We will not vote for you far-right wanks, so fuck off. You can run if you like, you'll lose your fucking deposit, hopefully, if I have anything to say about it. The party was a rules-based organisation that properly followed its own rules. Bollocks, no you didn't. Oh. The party's action plan for driving out anti-Semitism was adopted at the end of 2020 and set out concrete steps and a timetable for rooting out anti-Semitism. And it's not Ian McNichol said that his sole focus had always been a Labour victory. Half true. He had always stood by the professional staff of the party. No, you didn't. And he categorically denied every allegation made against him. All the stuff you actually physically wrote down or typed and published. We don't believe you, Ian. These were an attempt to create a false narrative. Yeah, fake news. You're chatting shite, man. Labour Against Anti-Semitism confirmed that Ewan Phillips had used the name David Goldstein, but had never claimed to be Jewish when doing so. Scum. also confirmed that Jonathan Hoffman had advised it, but had never been a member. So why the fuck was he? It said that it deplored public disorder and the racism of the EDL, so why were you there campaigning with them? Mr. Hoffman himself denied having historic links with the EDL. We just saw video of you with them and a member of the Jewish part of EDL standing right next to you. And told us that he did not protest at pro-Palestinian events, but only at anti-Semitic discourse occurring on such occasions. We saw fucking video evidence of you, man. Oh, not an echo. Oh, fuck. Thanks for saying there was an echo. Rejoice, comrades. It's the Morton is here. Hi, Morton. Great to see you tonight. Yeah, doesn't have any links to the EDL. Really? We saw evidence of you protesting, my dude. Christ almighty. Disingenuous bastards, the lot of them. Richard Millett also denied ever having links with the EDL. We have evidence of you protesting with them. And told us that he had banned Roberta Moore from commenting on his blog quite early on. We have evidence of her writing on your blog. Yay! I am a numpty. I keep on forgetting to turn these off. They are off now, so echo gone. My dude, we have evidence of you and her on your blog conversing. So you can say that all you fucking like. He confirmed that he had been at the meeting at which Sadiq Khan's candidature for mayor was discussed. But said that he had not joined in on the attacks upon Mr. Khan that had taken place on that occasion. Liar. Liar. Video evidence. And don't give me deep fake fucking AI bollocks. We have actual evidence of you. These people, what the fuck? Anything else? Oh. Ah! Oh, whoops. Go back. He thought Mr. Khan had done an excellent job representing London and that his ethnicity and religion were of no concern. Liar. Liar. We have read your blog. Dan Fox told us, oh fuck, I didn't pause it, go back to the previous statement. Dan Fox told us that the sole reason he was invited to the gathering at Sharon Claff's home, which he was told was a meeting of an Israel advocacy group, Tisk, tisk, tisk. Lying again. Was to counter Islamophobic comments previously made online about Sadiq Khan by others, which is what he did. He was not aware of the identity or political affiliations. I'll go back. Back again, I missed that one. Wasn't that one? Alright, He was not aware of the identity or political affiliations of any of the other attendees. Don't believe you. Here we go. He had an historic connection to Miss Claff, but she was not a close friend. Don't believe you. And he did not know of her EDL connections or that she had far-right views. Don't believe you. Now, this one. Sam Matthews responded to the Ford Report's findings that the treatment of Seamus Milne's email was entirely misleading by describing the finding itself as misleading. Anything else? He told us that Mr. Milne was not responding to a request for his opinion made from within the disputes team, and that the leader's office was the driving force in overturning the suspension in question. Mr. Matthews also stated that no complaints process could have dealt with the exponential volume of complaints. Well, do your fucking job then, both of anti-Semitism and otherwise, that followed Mr. Corbyn's election as leader, and the growth in membership that this triggered. Hire more people. You're the largest party in the UK. You can hire more staff to the disputes unit, and you can get through all of it. But you just let it sit and fester, didn't you? Because it could be used as a cudgel to get rid of Corbyn. You had the wherewithal and the power to actually hire more staff. So fuck off. Inundated with memberships. Hire more people. Just a thought. This was the reason for the complaints backlog that developed. Hire more staff. God almighty. This is a good place to put videos up. Oh, Jim. I fucking love you. Louise Withers Green provided us with the same explanation, all singing from the same hymn sheet. As did Dan Hogan, who also blamed interference. There was no interference, Dan. And Martha Robinson, who also stated that the position did not improve when Corbyn's own team took control of the Yes, it did. Yes, it did. The BBC provided the following response to our inquiries regarding the Panorama documentary. This was a serious piece of investigative journalism about a matter of high public interest. No shit, Sherlock. Oh, neither can I, Reza. Seriously, neither can I. Anything else, BBC? The issues raised were done so in context with due impartiality. I can't even fucking finish that one. With due impartiality and accuracy, and the Labour Party's response was fairly and accurately represented prominently throughout the programme, was it? Fuck. Well, yeah, it disingenuous, they were all lying to fucking... It wouldn't surprise me if the BBC were on board with this, but... I take that back. So, sorry BBC, sorry, I do pay my licence fee, I'm a good little pro. You can do both. You can hate the game and you can hate the player. Case in point. Seriously, BBC, what the fuck? This is what our license fee money's getting used on? For fucking hit pieces and... Oh, well, they'll get to him eventually. The presenter of the Panorama programme, John Ware, added that he did not accept the findings of the Ford report. Do we look like we give a fuck? We believe Martin Ford before we believe any of yous. The Jewish Labour movement responded on behalf of a number of those who featured in this programme to say that anti-Semitism in the Labour Party was real and devastating for those affected by it. Don't get me wrong, there was probably anti-Semitic people who were in the Labour Party. I get that. This was a hit piece. This was coordinated to get rid of Corbyn, the left-wing leader. I do not trust you, and I don't believe you, Jewish Labour movement. Anything else? JLM? Oh, yeah, yes there is. They pointed to the Equalities and Human Rights Commission, Ford and Panorama reports in support of this, and said that all attempts to challenge the finding of those reports had failed. JLM, watch the Labour files. It is good. I need more juice. Tasty. I need to turn that off. My throat's getting really fucking dry with that fan on.
In episode 3 of the Labour Files, how Keir Starmer allowed a culture of racism to develop in the Labour Party.
There's a point at which the people involved in this have stopped regarding people of African heritage as human.
They really don't like people who are black or brown and on the left.
We will take a little bit of a break, but we'll still stay on the same kind of topic. We will go to my lovely, lovely Kane Skittles and show you a video that he done. Kay and Skittles. Oh, no. I could spell, honestly. Do. Oh my god, it's 5 years old! Christ.
Hey, it's Kay, and this is Skittles, legal consultant.
This video is absolutely brilliant, by the way, comrades. If you haven't already... Oh no, I don't want to search history, I want to search actual YouTube. Your channel. I have been a Patreon of Kane Skittles for 3 years. I could figure it out. Yeah, 3 years. Oh, there's there. Go.
Of the many accusations levied towards Jeremy Corbyn and the left wing of the Labour Party over the past few years, perhaps none have been as significant and long-running as accusations of anti-Semitism, of fostering an environment that breeds anti-Semitism, and of refusing to punish people within the party who engage in anti-Semitism. If you've followed British politics at all during this period, you've probably seen countless headlines, interview questions, and even a BBC panorama, all leading to the same conclusion. Labour is systemically anti-Semitic and Corbyn's side of the party is to blame. In April of this year, a report was leaked, despite the specific requests of party lawyers to keep it quiet. This report was carried out to investigate Labour's handling or lack thereof of anti-Semitism complaints within the party, to be submitted as part of an investigation by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, and what it turned up is deeply disturbing, as well as very inconvenient for Starmer and the rest of the Labour right. There's two main points about this report that we're going to explore today. The nature of the anti-Semitism situation within the Labour Party and the factionalism at play during the past few years. First, the anti-Semitism. So the media narrative over the past few years went like this. Labour is systemically anti-Semitic, and it is because Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite who is not taking anti-Semitism seriously and is intentionally going easy on people who complaints have been made against. Before even diving into this report, however, we should consider the suggestion that Labour is particularly anti-Semitic. This report does not claim, and I would never suggest, that no anti-Semitism exists within the Labour Party, as it exists, unfortunately, throughout British society. But for years, stories of this great anti-Jewish conspiracy within the party dominated political discourse, but has been accompanied by precious little evidence. In fact, YouGov polling, featured in a Campaign Against Anti-Semitism report, shows that when presented with 8 anti-Semitic statements, more Conservative Party members agreed with one or more of these statements than Labour members. And indeed, the general public was more likely to agree with one or more anti-Semitic statement than Labour, and less than the Conservatives. This indicates that Labour membership is less anti-Semitic than the general population, and that Conservative membership is more anti-Semitic than the general population. And that's not even getting into other forms of racism, which surely would not go well for the Tories, since 56% of their membership in a 2019 poll said they believe Islam is a threat to British life, and 68% believe the lie that there are areas in Britain that operate under Sharia law. So, in the search for evidence of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party to a greater extent than other political parties or the country as a whole, we only really turn up evidence of the very opposite. Already, this is raising questions about why Corbyn had to spend years constantly answering for the supposed rampant anti-Semitism of his party, while Boris Johnson scarcely has to do the same for the greater levels of anti-Semitism and the wide variety of other bigotries his party holds, and that he himself has contributed to on numerous occasions.
Damn, it doesn't see what papers these are from. Boris Johnson, or Bojo, it's easier for me to say. Bojo book depicts Jews as controlling the media. Delightful. Thank you, Boris. Oh, I was taken from his book. The 2004 novel, 72 Virgins, it's not how it fucking works, written by the Tory leader, is full of questionable portrayal of ethnic minorities. Why am I not surprised? Islamophobic incidents rose 375% after Bojo compared Muslim women to letterboxes or pints of Guinness. Figures show perpetrators abusing Muslim women in the street directly referenced MP's comments, the report finds. No surprise. Boris Johnson called gay men tank-topped bum boys and black people pickaninnies with watermelon smiles. That was our Prime Minister, everyone. Thank you, Tories. You're fucking scum. No, he actually said that one as well. Seriously, our Prime Minister, what the fuck? I am so glad their party is now fucking dead. Yes, yikes. Well, we don't need to worry about him so much now, do we? And if anyone dares say he's going to become leader of the party again, fuck off. I will yell at you. I won't ban you or anything, I'll just say, no, he fucking won't be. And if they do that to themselves, they're just as well as all jumping into the fucking Thames. Mind you, Kemi seems to be doing a good job of killing the party. Dead party walking. Yes. This is Kay's Canadian. Skittles is the ferret. Kay's Canadian. He does sound American. I do feel for him. But no, he's Canadian. He's near the border. He grew up near the border. So he was in the Lakes region, essentially. He goes back and visits his family. He lives here. He lives just in Manchester, just down the road a bit from me. Yeah, Manchester. He doesn't say where specifically, which is good. Don't dox yourself, obviously, everyone. Just say what's hearing if you want. don't give address or anything. Glasgow. But from Perth. Hang on. North, east. So, up that way. So, yeah, he lives in Manchester. He is disabled, like me, and I don't know if he's married yet. My God, it's been over a week since I've checked the Patreon. He's got a partner, he lives with them. Oh, Reza, I fucking love you. That's yeah. Yeah, she's an infiltrator, destroying the party from within for us. Thank you, Comrade Badenoch. We can call with that as well. Manchurian Candidate. Oh God. Oh, I love the pair of yous. Thank you. It's always good to have a laugh. Seriously, picking on his Boris, you're a fucking wanker.
However, when polled about which party has done too little to deal with anti-Semitism in its own ranks, British Jews overwhelmingly said the Labour Party. It would be easy to say this perception is due to the aforementioned endless questioning of Labour leadership about why they're big, awful anti-Semites and they love anti-Semitism so much. And I mean, it definitely is largely due to that, let's not kid ourselves. Though I'm sure that Jewish voters being more likely to vote Conservative probably helped it go down easier. But for the sake of argument, there may be a legitimate worry that even if Labour has less anti-Semitism than other parties, that they are handling it so ineffectively that it becomes a greater threat. This worry is reinforced by the fact that the Equality and Human Rights Commission is investigating the Labour Party. Not the Conservative Party, not UKIP or the Brexit Party, only Labour. And only during the tenure of a left-wing leader, despite, again, far more evidence of systemic racism in those other parties. Curious. So, to speak to how Labour handled anti-Semitism complaints, let's look to the report. The report notes that there is abundant evidence of a hyper-factional atmosphere prevailing in Party HQ in this period, which appears to have affected the
Excuse me, sorry about that. Well said, Limey. I have no idea how to pin comments on YouTube. I would pin that, I would. But I don't know how to do that yet. Give me time, I will learn. Or can you pin? Yeah, you can pin comments on YouTube, obviously, people do it all the time. I will get there, I will figure it out, or I'll ask someone to show me. There is also abundant evidence of the hyperfactional atmosphere prevailing at Party HQ. Correct. In this period, which appears to have affected the expeditious and resolute handling of disciplinary complaints. They weren't fucking handling them, they were forgetting, they were deliberately leaving them.
Expeditious and resolute handling of disciplinary complaints, and that many staff, including GLU staff and senior staff with responsibility for managing and overseeing GLU, were bitterly opposed to the leadership of Jeremy Corbyn, and seem to have been demotivated, or largely interested in work that could advance a factional agenda. At its extreme, some employees seem to have taken the view that the worse things got for Labour, the happier they would be, since this might expedite Jeremy Corbyn's departure from office. The report shows Sam Matthews, who was in charge of handling the complaints procedure, was actively obstructive to the process. He worked under Ian McNicol, the General Secretary of the Labour Party until 2018, seen in multiple leaked chat logs actively dismaying at the idea of Corbyn becoming leader and at Corbyn gaining seats in the 2017 general election. Let's talk about Sam Matthews for a minute. Prior to this report being released, Matthews spent a lot of time in the media spotlight insisting that anti-Semitism is not only endemic in the Labour Party, again, despite all evidence to the contrary, but also insisting that it is not only Corbyn's fault, but that he and his cabinet are actively lying about it and obstructing.
I will be back momentarily. You probably see me on camera. I'm just going over there for a second. Right, so my diary. Let's carry on, shall we?
Him. Matthews was a whistleblower that took part in a hotly contested BBC Panorama episode about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, and said it included important disclosures about how deep the rot inside the Labour Party goes. Speaking to The Independent last year, Matthews said he had witnessed firsthand the complete failure of the party processes to adequately deal with anti-Jewish racism. He continued, "By the end of my time there, I witnessed daily interference in the process, meaning that my team and I, who were responsible for discipline in the party, were simply unable to do our jobs." Matthews was removed from the position shortly after Jenny Formby took Ian McNichol's job in 2018. Now, 2018 is an important year in this investigation because it's the year that many of the old guard sympathetic to the Blair era were removed from key positions such as General Secretary. And it's also the year, the report notes, that the handling of anti-Semitism complaints became far more robust and effective. To understand why that is, we need to look to what the report tells us about the performance of Matthews and McNichol. The report notes, "This investigation has revealed to the party that in this period before Jenny Formby became General Secretary in spring 2018, GLU failed to act on the vast majority of complaints received, including the vast majority of complaints regarding anti-Semitic conduct." But let's take a closer look at exactly what they were up to, because simply put, Matthews wasn't doing his job. And when he did, it was often in a malicious and actively obstructive manner. The inbox used for receipt of complaints would go months without any staff member tending to it, and in dozens of cases, staff even emailed Head of Dispute Sam Matthews proposing that an investigation be launched, but he failed to act or respond. Matthews appeared to have been the main blockage to action on anti-Semitic cases. And the few cases that were acted upon were mostly the result of other senior Labour staff directly chasing him. From the 1st of November 2016 to the 19th of February 2018, there were just 2 cases reported in this period where Head of Dispute Sam Matthews acted in accordance with the designed processes and authorized action, which was then taken without having a personal relationship with the complainant or being chased by senior Labour staff. This amounted to fewer than 1% of the anti-Semitism cases submitted in this period that should have been investigated and acted upon. The report is full of instances of Matthews and McNichol being lenient toward right-wing Labour members with complaints against them and being extra punitive against left-wing Labour members in too many shockingly unprofessional instances to go into in this video. The report also notes that after Matthews and McNichol were replaced by individuals less openly hostile to Corbyn, systems were finally put in place and properly followed to handle complaints. The headline that isn't being reported on is, rather than failing to properly handle anti-Semitism complaints, Corbyn and his side of the party are the main reason the party ever began to handle them properly at all. The report notes that the complaint system prior to 2015, the year Corbyn became leader, was woefully inadequate. Lord knows what was going on under Blair. It says GLU's disciplinary processes in 2015 to 2016 were characterized by an almost complete lack of systems, processes, guidances, and training for staff members. There was no system for logging all complaints. And before 2015, GLU appears to have only done small amounts of work relating to disciplinary cases. Staff appear to have been accustomed to being subject to little or no scrutiny or oversight from within Labour HQ or externally, and the processes that did exist were equipped to, at best, deal with a small number of cases very slowly and in an ad hoc manner. This approach allowed for decisions to be influenced by personal responsibilities and political allegiances. For example, after complaints about Rod Liddle over transphobic and Islamophobic comments, GLU proposed suspending him and wrote to the leader of the opposition to let them know, as Rod Liddle is a journalist. Leader of the opposition agreed with the proposed suspension. However, GLU's director then informed the executive director of governance, membership, and party services that apparently Rod Liddle is chummy with Ian Austin and by extension Tom Watson, and suggested they sit on it for now, rather than suspend immediately. The executive director replied, "Okay, I will speak to Ian," presumably a reference to consulting Ian Austin on a disciplinary case against his friend. So what we've seen is that Matthews actively ignored, obstructed, and mishandled anti-Semitism complaints despite being repeatedly chased by others within the party, including Corbyn himself, and then went to the media to complain that anti-Semitism complaints weren't being taken care of within the party. This right-wing saboteur created a problem and then used it to smear the Labour left as anti-Semitic. When indeed, anti-Semitism complaints only began to be handled appropriately under Corbyn's leadership. Years of Blairite control had resulted in a complaint system that allowed for people to let their friends off the hook when convenient. But Matthews and McNichol were not the only ones purposely obstructing the handling of anti-Semitism complaints to hurt Corbyn's leadership. Other bad actors intentionally flooded the party with disingenuous complaints. In fact, the report notes that half of all anti-Semitism complaints the party received during the period covered in the investigation came from one person. Literally a social media troll who spammed the party with spurious complaints described as poorly evidenced and submitted in a format that hinders investigation. This individual repeatedly emails about the same cases, cluttering the complaints inbox and taking staff time, as staff always have to check whether a case already exists or not, and whether or not all the evidence the complainant is providing has already been logged. A large proportion of the people this individual complains about are either not party members or are already in the disciplinary process, something the complainant has been told repeatedly. The complainant is often rude and abusive in their replies to staff responding to his complaints. The party is also aware that the complainant uses similar language towards people, including Labour members, on social media. And this person isn't alone. One spokesperson from Labour Against Anti-Semitism, a right-wing Zionist group who has dedicated recent years to opposing the Labour left, submitted the following anti-Semitism complaints, retweeting the word Blairite. retweeting a cartoon of Theresa May, Philip Hammond, and Boris Johnson in which the latter two are children, based on a viral incident where the children of an expert being interviewed by the BBC wandered into shot during the interview. They maintained this was very crass, retweeting Michael Moore saying arrest Trump regarding Russiagate, calling for the arrest and the impeachment of Trump, writing what planet is this president on in reference to Trump, and retweeting an article on Bernie Sanders calling on Donald Trump to fire Steve Bannon. Hang on, I think I must have read that wrong. Let me try that again. Submitted as a complaint about anti-Semitism is somebody retweeting an article on Bernie Sanders calling on Donald Trump to fire known white supremacist and anti-Semite Steve Bannon. Yeah, okay, sure, why not? So we see that not only was the handling of genuine anti-Semitism complaints intentionally hindered by people on the right wing of the party purposely ignoring them, but the number of complaints was also artificially inflated by bad faith actors hostile to the left purposely flooding the complaints department with garbage. But MPs were involved in this too, don't you worry. WhatsApp discussions among senior Labour HQ staff show that Leader of the Opposition was unhappy with the NCC panel's decision to suspend Ken Livingstone for another year rather than expel him. Emily Oldknow wrote that Kerry has been telling shadow cabinet members that I've orchestrated the Ken situation, so Tom got his people on the panel to make a soft decision, all in order to embarrass Jeremy Corbyn and create a crisis. That's Emily Oldknow, senior member of Labour's management team, actively sabotaging the expulsion.
If I've got this wrong, please point it out to me, but I'm sure this is Ashworth's wife. But I wonder how she got a job. In fact, you know what? I will check. It should say. I am losing the chat from my phone for a second. Give me a minute. Jonathan Ashworth. I was right. This is Ashworth's wife. How the hell did that troglodyte get such a beautiful woman? Mind your beauty, skin deep. She's a horrible woman, obviously, we know this, for what she's doing, within the Labour Party. Shall we continue, comrades?
Of an individual subject to a high-profile anti-Semitism investigation explicitly to make Jeremy Corbyn look bad with the assistance of MP Tom Watson. Oldknow was being considered to take Formby's place as General Secretary under the leadership of Keir Starmer when this report leaked. Thing is, Starmer likely knew all of this before this report was even written, because there was a concerted effort to force a leadership election in 2016 to oust Corbyn, in which many of these same right-wing bad actors participated, and Keir Starmer was one of them. Keir Starmer is part of the Blairite right of the Labour Party, who all throughout this report can be found not only intentionally ignoring complaints of
Rejoice, comrades. Carpe Pax is here. Hi, Carpe. Based individual, welcome. Mwah. Great to see you tonight. Hope you are doing well. I am covering the Labour Files. We've just finished doing episode 2. And now this is a video by Kane Skittles. He is Canadian, and he lives in Manchester. I am a patron. I love Kay. He's awesome. Feel free to go and check out his YouTube channel. He has great videos. He has a degree in history. Bloody hell. give me a moment, comrades. Like I keep on saying, this is thirsty work. Whoops. Sorry about that bang. Damn it, go on.
Semitism to feed the narrative that the left somehow makes anti-Semitism happen, but actively trying to lose general elections. We'll get to that in a moment. First, what have we learned about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party? Is Labour particularly anti-Semitic? Evidence tends to point to the exact opposite conclusion, that Labour is one of our least anti-Semitic political institutions and indeed is less anti-Semitic than the general public. The Lib Dems were the only party that displayed less anti-Semitism, so all 10 of them, well, they've got that going for them. Is there anti-Semitism in the Labour Party? Yes, of course. You'd be out of your mind to deny that. Because there is anti-Semitism throughout British society. This is a pretty...
Would you look at that? Women more based. Let's see my age bracket, 25 to 49. That seems a bit large of a bracket, really. So 70%. That's quite good. Look at that. Men are more racist. Brilliant. Or more anti-Semitic. Who's more? Is any of them? 46. Oh, look! The boomers are more racist. Who'd have thunk it? Cool.
Pretty racist country, unfortunately. But the constant media attention, the Equality and Human Rights Commission investigation into anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, something only carried out once before with the neo-Nazi BNP. That is not how you react to a party with a below-average presence of anti-Semitism. That is how you react to a party, well, like the Conservative Party. So the narrative around Labour and its supposed...
That's good. That's good. Nice one, Carpy.
supposedly exceptional anti-Semitism problem is categorically false. But they know that. The Tories know that. The media knows that. The Blairites know that. But when you look at everything we know about this mess, When you look at the way far more anti-Semitic institutions have been ignored to focus in on the left wing of British electoral politics, when you look at how, throughout this report, active Holocaust deniers are given a slap on the wrist by the Blairite-led complaints team, when you look at how Keir Starmer is being heralded as an end to this dark era of anti-Semitism and hate, despite collaborating with the people who actively ignored anti-Semitism complaints, despite putting Rachel Reeves on his cabinet, who openly praised Nancy Astor, a literal Nazi-sympathizing anti-Semite, just months ago. And none of the papers seem to think there's anything fishy about that, while the left is under scrutiny to the degree that even criticizing the state of Israel is supposedly adequate evidence to brand someone a massive anti-Semite. Well, it's hard not to come to the conclusion that this was never about anti-Semitism. This was about attacking the left. And while we're likely to see these issues of anti-Semitism fade from public discourse as the right wing of the Labour Party reasserts control and Starmer eagerly declares himself a Zionist, while silencing Palestinian voices, something else has been achieved over these past few years that may be even more damaging. Anti-Semitism has been cleaved off from all other forms of racism as a unique entity in mainstream political discourse that can now be used as a weapon. And that weapon is almost exclusively wielded by the right, by people who are part of political institutions that buddy up to real anti-Semites like Viktor Orban, letting people who rub shoulders with Holocaust deniers
There we go. They are both synced now. There we go. Would you look at that headline? Oi, Bojo, stop talking to that neo-fash bastard. What's he doing now anyway? Jim, if you're still here, can you tell me what that fucking dickhead's up to? I try to avoid banning like the plague. Seriously, there's no point screaming into my laptop. It hurts my throat. And it's not like he's going to fucking hear me anyway.
And fascists control the narrative about anti-Semitism with a media apparatus that will parrot that narrative and use it to attack actual anti-racists. This complete inversion of reality in our political discourse will only benefit the powerful and will only put Jewish people at greater risk. Nobody benefits from this shit except actual anti-Semites. Back to Keir and his Blairite buddies. The active stoking of this fabricated anti-Semitism crisis in the party was part of an orchestrated effort to hurt Corbyn's electoral performance and force him to step down so that the right wing of the party could regain control. This report details their efforts to sabotage their own party in the 2017 election. Notably, a lot of the damage they caused only fully came home to roost by 2019. This massive 850-page report details so many acts of hostility and active sabotage against the left wing of the party that I simply cannot go through them all here. So I'm going to list a few of the most egregious ones and attempt to paint a picture of how openly destructive the Labour right has been over the past few years. This report details frequent bullying of left-wing activists, staff, and MPs, with chat logs showing numerous racist, sexist, and ableist tirades, as well as Labour staff dismaying at their own party polling well and saying it makes them feel ill, and insulting people for opposing British imperialism, joking about assaulting left-wing Labour supporters, as well as talking about literally murdering Jeremy Corbyn by burning and hanging him, as well as shooting the MPs who nominated him for leader. Followed by even more dismay when Labour forced a hung parliament in 2017, with Ian McNicol offering a safe space in his office for people to come and vent. McNichol's response to Labour getting the highest share of the popular vote in 20 years and taking the majority away from the Tories was simply, it is going to be a long night. In August 2015, senior staff explored delaying or cancelling the ongoing leadership election when it looked like Jeremy Corbyn was going to win. When Corbyn was elected, staff discussed plans for a coup. One staffer said, "We need a poll that says we're like 20 points behind." Another suggested a silver lining for Remain losing the 2016 European referendum would be that Corbyn could be held responsible. And another hoped that poor performance in the May 2016 local elections would be the catalyst for a coup. This is the coup, of course, that the now leader Keir Starmer participated in. Staff described working to rule when Corbyn was elected and coming into the office and doing nothing for a few months. During the 2017 election, staff joked about hardly working and created a chat so they could pretend to work while actually speaking to each other. Senior staff coordinated refusing to share basic information to Leader of the Opposition during the election, such as candidates' contact details. Labour HQ operated a secret key seats team based in Labour's London region office in
Traitors. Traitors. Should have been kicked out of the party, all of them, every last one of them. This is the reason we can't trust them now. Don't trust them. Listen to me, listen to Kev, listen to Helena. I don't know enough about her. I assume because Helena sometimes reads into her. Susan's good? Susan's good. I suppose you can check out Super Tan. She seems to have changed her tune. She's having problems now. She's been awoken to what her party's actually like now. Took her time about it, but at least she's actually realising what they're like. We've been telling her for years. Well done, Supertansky, for actually finally opening your eyes. We can't trust them. And just look at what they're doing in power. I think that's all the evidence we need, really. But having this evidence, these receipts, always helpful. And trust me, I will be using this stuff next year up here at the election to get rid of Anas. We're coming for you, Anas. Trust me on that.
Ergen House, from where a parallel general election campaign was run to support MPs associated with the right wing of the party. Staff applied the same factional approach to disciplinary processes, of course. One staff member referred to Emily Oldknow expecting staff to fabricate a case against people she doesn't like / her friends don't like because of their political views. During the 2015 leadership election, GLU and other Labour staff described their work as hunting out thousands of trots and a trot hunt, which included excluding people for having liked the Greens on Facebook. One prominent GLU staffer, head of disputes Catherine Buckingham, admitted that real work is piling up.
Excuse me, GLU? Labour? Can anyone hear me? There are very few trots left in the UK. There's some here in Glasgow, there's always some trots in all the major cities, essentially, let's put it like that. There's always trots somewhere just floating about. I can pretty much guess that most of them, the youngest, at least The youngest will be my age, and I'm 46. But most of them, late 50s up, most of them are in their 60s. Most of them are getting their pensions. So they don't really do much now. They're too old to actually be proper Trotskyists. There are no Trots in the Labour Party. There might have been in the 70s or the 60s when they were bigger. But not now. For fuck's sake, even militant tendency weren't Trots. There were socialists and some Marxists and some MLs. Maybe a couple of Maoists. Oh, no. I like that. Thank you, Reza. There are very few Trots left in the UK. There's more Trots outside of the UK, obviously. They still exist. There's still factions somewhere in the world pushing and stuff, organising, agitating, blah blah blah. There's not many here in the UK, trust me on that. I was part of a chapter of Trots when I moved down here to Glasgow. And the youngest, when I joined, when I was 18. The next one up in age from me was 39. He was 20 years older than me, basically. Over 20 years older than me. And all the other ones, they were all over 40. They were all what my age is just now. So that was 20 years ago. So most of them are already claiming their pensions, the ones that I knew personally. My God, the only one that I know that exists now, he is 74 or 75 now. He's suffering from lung cancer, for fuck's sake. He can barely fucking move. He's had a knee replacement. He's not doing much. The other ones who were part of my chapter, COVID took 2 of them 3 years ago. 4 years ago for one of them, 3 years ago for the other one. And both of them, one of them was 58, the other one was 66. So they're we don't need to worry about them. They've shuffled off the morgue oil. Full fat fromage. I do like that one. I do like that one, Limey. Thank you. Let's see. 25, 21...
up while she and other staff were engaged in inappropriate factional work. Perhaps most egregious and potentially criminal of all, these right-wing saboteurs within the Labour Party actively diverted funds out of marginal seats and gave it to their co-conspirators like Tom Watson. This is especially noteworthy because Labour lost the 2017 election by such...
I will just leave that there for a minute. Jeremy Corbyn was just 2,227 votes away. Slightly over, just 2,000 votes. And they were diverting funds from much needed marginals, which Labour could have fucking won. And we could have had that as our Prime Minister. That would have been fucking awesome. But no. The right wing of the Labour Party had to be fucking bastards and doom us. Corbyn lost, then we got fucking Tories again. So no, I hate them for doing that to us, for inflicting more Tories on us. And now they're basically Tories. Keir Starmer, fuck you. I hope your poll rating goes further than -54. You fucking deserve it. I'll be a good little girl now. Sorry, Prime Minister, I didn't mean to say that about you. Shall we continue and watch me lose my fucking mind over these bastards?
Such a slim margin that just over 2,000 votes in a handful of marginal seats would have been the difference between victory. Marginal seats that were having their campaign funds robbed by Blairites trying to secure power for their friends while undermining the party in the election. I don't think that it is at all unreasonable to say that the active hostility and obstruction intentionally not working and siphoning money out of marginal seats likely made the difference between Labour winning and losing the 2017 election. We are condemned now to years of a continuing homelessness crisis, disabled people dying in droves due to benefit sanctions to a degree that the UN has condemned the British government for it, because, as has always been the case, Blairites will always side with the other Tories who are honest enough to stay in the Tory party over the left and the interests of the working class. And now their large wet boy Keir Starmer is in charge. He's filling his cabinet with some of the worst people on the Labour right who have spent the last 5 years attacking Corbyn and the left at every turn. He tried to keep this report from the public and has now enlisted a panel of Labour peers, those are literal lords and ladies for those who don't know, to carry out a witch hunt for the whistleblower while attempting to do damage control because his side of the party is so thoroughly implicated by this report. And he has the audacity to call for unity. Let me be 100% clear. Do not...
I will leave that there for a few seconds. Do not vote for Keir Starmer. Do not. Holborn and St Pancras, can you hear me? Do not vote for Keir Starmer in 2029. Greens, if you can hear me. Zach, if you win, please. Campaign in Holborn and St Pancras to get rid of this bastard. Thank you. St Pancras, please, I'm begging you, any independent. Fuck it, Andrew Feinstein again, he got close. Do not vote for this bastard.
Vote for Keir Starmer. While the absolute decline of centrist politics since the end of the Blair era indicates very little chance of a Starmer victory in the next general election, his attacks on the left and appeasement of capital will give him a much easier ride in the media, so there might be a slim chance. And would he be better than Boris Johnson? Probably yes. Tony Blair was better than the Tories in some ways too. But what you need to understand, and this can be difficult to fully appreciate if you didn't live through this period in British history, is that Blair did more damage to the working class and the wider political project of socialism than any Tory could have ever hoped, save for maybe Thatcher. Thatcher, by the way, was a friend of Tony Blair's and hailed New Labour as one of her greatest achievements, and she was right. When the Conservatives, widely understood to be the enemies of the working class, drag us into horrific imperialist wars, privatize our public services and smash our unions, that gives us something to rally against. But when it comes from what we've been led to believe is the left, when it comes from the party we've supported, we've given our time and energy to, we've stuck our necks out for, it's humiliating. It's demoralizing. Tony Blair's tenure politically devastated the working class of this country to such a degree that we are still recovering from it. And in Labour, we are still fighting factional battles against his ilk, as they sabotage us at every turn, as this report details. I'm one of the vulnerable, poor, disabled people that the Tories push into the meat grinder every single day. And I will say unequivocally that neither Cameron, nor May, nor Johnson could ever destroy our communities like Tony Blair. I've spent my entire adult life in the northwest of England, but to drive this point home, I'd like to end this video by reading a short segment written by someone who grew up here, before Blair. This is from the intro to local poet/comedian Thick Richard's book Vaudevillain, in which he describes hearing urban legends of large cats and other wild beasts loose in the town, and growing up in a relatively impoverished place called Northern Moor in South Manchester. He remembers it as a place so wild that he thought those urban myths could really be true there. He talks about the community and the political mindedness of the place he grew up, and then he talks about moving back to that place post-Blair. One good memory of that place was the '96 election. It was a hot day and we'd spent the afternoon drinking in the back garden, talking about how Labour would definitely win. Things can only get better, eh, Tony? In the evening, we went off to...
Rejoice, comrades, and Dean Puppy is here. Huh. Come on, connect me back to my chat, please. Stupid phone. Huh. Hi, Indian. I can't see you on my chat on my phone. That's a bit odd. Hello, Rejoice comrades. Hi. And Dean Poppy. Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Always a pleasure. 3029. Oh, yeah.
vote. A shiny-faced Tory boy stood at the door of the polling station with a huge, ridiculous blue rosette pinned to his lapel, like an elephant's arsehole. "And I trust you'll be voting Conservative today?" He simpered smugly. My dad leant towards him, their noses almost touching. "Fuck off," he bellowed. Well, things didn't get better, did they? They got worse. The angry young men got tired of fighting and became embarrassed old men, shamed by getting sold out by New Labour. The politicians hid. Never again would they be made to venture into the estates and have to debate face to face with their people. The working class capitalists borrowed so much invisible money to keep up their pretenses that many became sub-working class capitalists, indebted so far into the negatives it would become their grandchildren's inheritance. Issues became so complicated it felt like what was being discussed was none of our business, and many people started to shy away from political debate through fear of coming across as stupid. Then the confusing issues just became boring issues. The internet had evidence to back up every side of every argument, so everyone fell into the false security trap that they were all in the right. Communities stopped communicating, generation gaps grew, leaving room for bad ideas to breed, and now racism is an actual political opinion. We've never been so divided, and it all happened right under our noses. I moved back to Northern Moor in my early 30s. It's a sour, haunted place that would have Fergie waking up screaming. Its political edge grew blunt long ago. The thugs of the neighborhood used to seem like Robin Hoods. Their disobedience was righteous and justified. Their tempers were taut but focused on the right targets. Built for a fight if needs be, but perfectly capable of letting their words do the dirty work. They'd never be able to save up for a holiday, but the money could always be found to march on London, demand answers, and shake Tony Benn's hand. These days, they keep themselves to themselves and prey on one another. Quiet, invisible, forgotten, obedient. And so now we all just hope for the rumors to start spreading again of the wild beasts of the past, the animals of passionate anger who would have never let this happen, returning to prowl the streets again, keeping the territory safe from harm, watching the pack and planning attacks to keep the real wolves at bay, and other urban myths.
This is Skittles. Hi, Skittles. She is lovely. She is ferret. She is a bit mental, but ferrets are anyway. Hi, Skittles. Long cat. No problem, Jim. If it is going to be a horrible fiery yellow orb with hardly any cloud cover in your area, hydrate. Use sunblock. Factor 50 if you're as pale as fuck, like myself. Thank you for visiting. Always a pleasure to see you, Jim. I will see you tomorrow, probably in Ket stream. Or Helena's. You look after yourself, have a good sleep, and I'll talk to you later. Night night. Stay based. Give me a moment, comrades. I will be back momentarily. History. So that was part 2. On to part 3. 1 hour long.
There's a point at which the people involved in this have stopped regarding people of African heritage as human. And I don't know how you find your way back from that.
Al Jazeera has obtained the largest leak of documents in British political history.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable.
Unfortunately, no, because his partner's disabled, he's disabled. He's done one Death of the Commons recently, a couple months ago. Something like that. Give him a minute, I'll go and check. How long ago did that one come out? Subscriptions? And skills. And oh! Tragedy of the Commons. I keep on getting it mixed up. A month ago. Oh dear God. And the one before that, how feminism is used to justify war, 6 months ago. He does struggle a bit. He does take care of his Patreon, don't worry, we're all here. Most of us are still here, essentially, and we understand, especially disabled people who actually follow Kay. Plus he's doing his doctorate, so he's a bit busy with uni. I can understand it, I get it. I'm not doing a doctorate. I just do this. But yeah, hopefully now that it's the summer months, he won't be, obviously he'll still be studying and stuff, doing his research, but we might get another, it's usually one a month, so we'll get one hopefully soon, maybe in another month's time. You'll hopefully do another one soon. And I've said that to him on Patreon before, I've messaged him saying, we understand. Don't you worry, every time that he does release one, it is always immaculate. It's a brilliant videos he does. He doesn't do them that often, obviously, because he's busy and he's disabled. They're always good. If you haven't seen it, his Tragedy of the Commons is rather good. Like I said, I've been following him. I've been a Patreon for 3 years now, but I've been following him for about 4.5, roughly. Maybe it'll be 5 by the end of the year. Go and check him out. He's got some really good videos.
It is absolutely shocking.
Hundreds of thousands of internal communications expose how operatives secretly take control of Britain's Labour Party.
The Labour Party is a criminal conspiracy against its members.
Free speech was shut down.
They tell the inside story of how Sir Keir Starmer, who could be Britain's next Prime Minister, leads a lawless party.
I've waited 17 months to appear in front of you in this hall as leader of our great party.
Confidential documents expose tactics to discredit and expel rivals in the party.
People are actually quite dangerous who are in with the Labour Party. They were playing with people's lives here.
They reveal how Starmer's predecessor was undermined by a smear campaign from within.
It disabled him as a politician and as a potential Prime Minister.
Really nice to see you here. Goodbye.
How British democracy, known as the Mother of Parliaments, is being undermined by spying and dirty tricks.
No one would expect that a political party would associate themselves with the whole-scale hacking of the press.
It looks like somebody is constantly monitoring me, where I'm going and where my car is parked and where my children is going.
It just stinks to high heaven what they're doing in the background.
We speak to people whose voices have been silenced including those who support Palestinian rights.
It's very painful. As Palestinians, there was no room for us to enter this debate, and that's how it was designed to be.
And the files reveal how a hierarchy of racism exists under Starmer's leadership.
I face more racism in the Labour Party than I have in the rest of my life combined.
In episode 3 of the Labour Files, the secret surveillance of party members.
Somebody actually working inside the Labour Party against ethnic minorities.
The members in Newham were essentially stalked.
A party that seems to tolerate discrimination.
The Labour Party has done nothing. It's as if they're colluding with this type of racism.
Particular religion, agreed on what sexuality people have. We have to stand in unity.
The majority of Britain's black and minority ethnic population vote Labour, one of the two parties that govern the UK.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all from all the different communities that have come here tonight.
In Britain, black, Asian and minority ethnic people are known as BAME. Tens of thousands joined the Labour Party after the election of Jeremy Corbyn as leader in 2015.
Our party is going to, I hope, become more inclusive, more involved, more democratic.
Among the new members is Marcia Hutchinson.
I was really impressed with the policies that Jeremy Corbyn was putting forward, and I thought, this can make a difference and I can help make that difference.
Ours is the party of equality for all. The party that has pioneered every progressive initiative to root out racism from our society.
He was a lifelong anti-racist campaigner and a champion of Palestinian rights. He challenged established politicians in his own party and the bureaucracy that was meant to serve him.
Since Jeremy Corbyn was elected in 2015, the MPs in the Parliamentary Labour Party wanted to get rid of him, most of them. And briefings to the press started even as Jeremy Corbyn was giving his acceptance speech for the leadership.
I knew there were disagreements in the party, so I didn't necessarily expect to be welcomed with open arms by all sides, but I hadn't anticipated the level of hostility that I found.
Hutchinson was awarded an NBE, or Royal Recognition of Achievement. She set up the Pipeline Project, an initiative to support black people entering politics in the northern city of Manchester.
Unless we challenge, nothing will happen.
She is elected as Labour councillor, but her experience troubles her.
I face more racism in my 5 years in the Labour Party than I have in the rest of my life combined.
As well as hundreds of gigabytes of documents, the Labour files include audio and video. Amongst them is a recording of a Zoom meeting. A senior Labour figure speaks to a large group of BAME party employees.
I've been asked to speak about my experiences.
Years ago, she was injured in a racist attack.
I still look at the scar because it's still there, but I look at it most often in the workplace. People make it clear to me that I don't deserve, in their view, to be in their room. I brought my...
Oh, I can go back if you want. I can go back a couple of minutes if you like, Reza. In fact, you know what? I think I will. I'll go back to 4 minutes. Ah, 4:20. There you go. I'll betray no confidences, don't you worry. But case on our side. enjoy your cuppa. So yeah, he's on our side, don't you worry. He's an ML, he's a Marxist like me. I keep on meaning to say to him to join the Greens. They do actually stand a chance of getting some seats in Manchester. Oh my god. Well, their council elections be next year as well. Oh, that will be fun. Reza, don't you worry, I'm formulating a plan for you if you can do it. No pressure, of course. I will give you a detailed guide on how to campaign and how to canvass. And how to effectively counter Manfrog and all his merry band of fucking lunatics. I'm formulating it. I will look up your area and see ways you can actually help. You're welcome. Oh dear God. How many seats is that? How many councillors is there? If you know offhand. I've forgotten how many is in Glasgow Council. Oh, the Glasgow Council is one of the largest, by the way, in Scotland. Because it's the largest city, obviously. I will check after I finish streaming tonight. Shall we continue? Oh, for Christ's sake. 1, 2, 3.
In his own party and the bureaucracy that was meant to serve him.
Since Jeremy Corbyn was elected in 2015, the MPs in the Parliamentary Labour Party wanted to get rid of him, most of them. And briefings to the press started even as Jeremy Corbyn was giving his acceptance speech for the leadership.
I knew there were disagreements in the party, so I didn't necessarily expect to be welcomed with open arms by all sides, but I hadn't anticipated the level of hostility that I found.
Hutchinson was awarded an NBE, or Royal Recognition of Achievement. She set up the Pipeline Project, an initiative to support black people entering politics in the northern city of Manchester.
Unless we challenge, nothing will happen.
She is elected as Labour councillor, but her experience troubles her.
I faced more racism in my 5 years in the Labour Party than I have in the rest of my life combined.
As well as hundreds of gigabytes of documents, the Labour files include audio and video. Amongst them is a recording of a Zoom meeting. A senior Labour figure speaks to a large group of BAME party employees.
I've been asked to speak about my experiences.
Years ago, she was injured in a racist attack.
I still look at the scar because it's still there. But I look at it most often in the workplace. People make it clear to me that I don't deserve, in their view, to be in their room. I brought my experience to the party, and I found I was held to different standards to white men. So I'd be asked my opinion, then immediately spoken over as I responded. There was even an hour-long meeting discussing me with my line manager about changes that I'd implemented because he'd asked me to, for which I never had any recourse or right of reply. Someone even kicked a piece of furniture next to me because he didn't like what I was saying. People like me are stuck in this weird purgatory between visibility and invisibility. My skin colour gives me visibility, and yet my experience and skills are invisible. And all these things add up to an exclusive, not an inclusive culture.
It's sickening. It's sickening. We are simply there for set dressing, and if we have the temerity to speak up, we are attacked.
The senior Labour figure also wrote a formal complaint to the party.
I am now being invited to submit my CV for a role which essentially is taking minutes and providing administrative assistance. I would like to know whether the offer to go back several stages in my career is related to the numerous instances of toxic working culture I have previously raised.
It's utterly sickening that this is happening in a party that claims to be anti-racist, that claims that Black Lives Matter. We don't. We really do not matter.
The Labour Files is not the first leak to provide evidence of racism within the party.
I wasn't part of the secret WhatsApp group culture where messages about me were freely exchanged.
A leaked document from 2020 revealed a messaging group of more than 17 senior management figures, including General Secretary Ian McNicol. The leak reveals that senior party management have been exchanging derogatory and racist messages. The party's new leader, Sir Keir Starmer, promises BAME staff a full inquiry.
I can assure you that this investigation is not going to be a whitewash. I know what an independent investigation looks like, and I know what I'm looking for.
The Labour Files include unpublished messages from the same WhatsApp group. One refers to MP Diane Abbott, who later announced that she had type 2 diabetes.
Diane Abbott suddenly ill for today's vote, so wasn't able to make it. Ha ha ha.
Doctor's note, please.
She literally makes me sick.
I find this very shocking. That's an extraordinary thing to say about a Labour MP. And it's not as if I've ever had a conversation with her. She just seems to be expressing her own hatred of a black woman. It's very, very shocking. And it means that the Labour Party isn't necessarily a safe space for black women.
Diane Abbott is an elected MP of, I think, 35 years standing. Someone saying she looked perfectly fine when I saw her slithering down Vic Street. Slither is what a snake does, and using that kind of animalistic analogy. I mean, what you do when you want to abuse someone is, firstly, you dehumanize them.
Dehumanizing people, minoritized people, racialized people is a profoundly important way in which racism operates. Again, it's about power, but it's also about turning them into groups who are not like us.
And it's the tolerance of this bullying. That's when racism becomes institutionalized.
Diane Abbott reveals illness and hits out at vicious Tory campaign. Abbott is truly repulsive. And then, oh my God, sorry, this is probably totally out of order, but type 1 is the medical one and type 2 is the bad diet one, correct? Maybe that's why she had to be shuffled from the health job.
A little health information here to clarify this. Yes, type 1 you are born with. You need insulin injections for the rest of your life. Type 2 is more than just diet based, by the way. There's lots of factors that induce this. There's also gestational diabetes, which is similar to type 2. So gestational, pregnant people get it when they're pregnant and shortly after they've given birth. So yes, it can be diet related. My granddad, before he shuffled off this mortal coil, he was type 2. It's controlled by not Ozempic. Wegovy, tirzepatide, or damn it, it was on. Kev mentioned it. Mounjaro, I knew I'd fucking remember it eventually. So it's controlled by these medicines, which is essentially the insulin you need, and diet related. So there's a good few factors that actually contribute to you needing to being diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. It is not necessarily bad diet, anonymous person, whoever the fuck you are. Coward, not saying who you are. Excuse me, sorry. Yes, genetic disposition as well. Thank you, Lemmy. Oh God, please. Send her my way. Maybe I should just go and politely say hello on one of her videos and say, "Hi, Supertan. I am MyCat79 Scotty Eye or Katie Marshall 4340 on YouTube. I can help you." Well, now that she's opened her eyes at how fucked up the Labour Party is now, so she might be more amenable. Who knows? I haven't actually watched any of her videos. Maybe I should. Oh no, she won't. She won't. She's opened her eyes now. She knows what they're like. So at least that's something. She has learned. Victory. Yeah, anonymous person, it is more than a bad diet. Trust me on that. My granddad's diet wasn't that bad. Plus, yes, genetic predisposition to it. Diet is a factor. And she shouldn't be talking about this anyway. She's not a fucking doctor. As far as I can tell, this person isn't a doctor. Or an endocrinologist. So, no. Stop talking about shit you don't know about, please. Thank you very much. It is more than just bad diet. There is not a predisposition within my family, on either side of my family. Don't get me wrong, there's lots of other factors at play. Type 1, born with, on insulin, rest of life. Type 2, lots of different factors, including diet, environment as well, and other things within you, how your metabolism works, blah blah blah. So just saying bad diet, please do not do that. Do not scare people. Do not talk about shit you do not know anything about, or very little about. Thank you. Rant over. There is a genetic predisposition to heart and circulatory issues on my mum's side. On my dad's side, mostly lifestyle, kidney issues, predisposition to problems with her kidneys and with her gut. So yeah, there's lots of different factors. If anything's going to get me, it's probably going to be, well, my diet isn't too bad. Probably the main factor that's probably going to do me in is that I drink. But I do control myself. Oh dear God. Well, there's a plan of action for us. I will help Reza, don't you worry. Christ's sake, these people do not talk about shit you don't know anything about. So fucking infuriating. 1, 2, 3.
Someone should have asked her when she was diagnosed. It's just like, it's just disgusting.
I am here to educate.
There's a point at which the people involved in this have stopped regarding people of African heritage as human. And I don't know how you find your way back from that.
The former opposition Attorney General, Shami Chakrabarti, is also discussed.
I'm sitting next to Shami for dinner.
Alan responds with an ice pick emoji. An ice pick was used by Stalin to kill a party rival, Leon Trotsky.
In Mexico, of all places. Sorry, Trotsky. You were seen as a threat by Stalin, so you had to be dealt with. Oh, and a quick PSA here. Lenin didn't want Stalin taken over. He actually wanted Trotsky to take over after him. That would have been fun. You know, like different different history, blah, 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 blah. Maybe I should say to Cody, AltHisTub, there are people within his community, Patreons, I believe, as well, who actually encouraged him to do an what if alternate history hub, what it would have been like. Yeah. Disgusting. Totally disgusting in this day and age. Tracy Allen, you are fucking vile. Do not do that. By the way, Shami Chakrabarti is a Casey. She is an actual lawyer. She used to work for Amnesty International, for fuck's sake. So, this is disgusting. Vile racist bitch. Only my opinion, obviously. I would never dictate to any of you lovely comrades of mine. It is these kind of people that need kicked out the party. Disgusting.
If this was a private sector organisation and people were on record talking like this about colleagues, there would have been some sort of reprimand, and the Labour Party has done nothing. It's as if they're colluding with this type of racism.
They are, Diane.
It tells me everything I need to know about the Labour Party.
Just cross the bed, just cross over.
It's not fit for purpose.
A senior barrister, Martin Ford, leads the investigation that Starmer commissioned in 2020. It concludes that the Labour Party is
not a welcoming place for people of colour.
Thank you, Martin Ford.
The WhatsApp messages published 2 years ago expose
overt and underlying racism and sexism. The substance of the quoted messages is totally inappropriate from senior staff of a purportedly progressive political party.
Not progressive anymore.
What's worrying is that in response to the Ford report, that accusation has been completely ignored and they're not willing to acknowledge it or talk about it.
It shone a light on some of the things that had been going on. I'm afraid Sir Keir Starmer's leadership is giving succour to racists within the party.
The Ford report also describes a
hierarchy of racism. The party's more recent steps to address the problems with anti-Semitism, for example, have not been matched by a commitment to tackle other forms of racism.
When I would speak to my peers and the superiors about why we're not tackling Islamophobia and anti-black racism with the same ferocity as we were with anti-Semitism, the response was always, anti-Semitism is the organization's priority. As soon as an email would come in from the Jewish Chronicle, I would be told to stay behind and act on that case, even if it was just to suspend the member without even sending them questions, just so we can go back to the Jewish Chronicle and say, we've suspended this member.
Other forms of discrimination do not result in automatic suspension.
When we'd get lists from Labour Muslim Network, they would often sit in the complaints centre for a while or in the complaints inbox. We weren't ever instructed to work on those immediately.
One complaint under investigation concerns party member Martin Bridgman. He has shared several Islamophobic social media posts.
The particular depiction of the Prophet Muhammad as a paedophile is something which the long-held Islamophobic trope. And it's been used over centuries to suggest that there's something very unlike us about Muslim and Muslim men in particular.
When I had opened the case, I realized that the evidence that was provided was caricatures of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And to me, that's a clear-cut Islamophobic trope.
Bridgman is not suspended, but sent a message by the complaints team, suggesting that he should be more welcoming.
Definitely needs something along the lines of, can you see how somebody might find your post offensive? And possibly something along the lines of, do you think this cartoon helps create a welcoming home for Muslim members?
To be responded to with a curt email and an encouragement to think about inclusivity suggests that the disciplinary process doesn't see Islamophobia and doesn't want to see Islamophobia. And I'd go further than that. It suggests that there's a degree of tolerance of it.
The files show that journalist Rod Liddle is also being investigated. He'd written,
For many Muslims, the anti-Semitism is visceral, an ingrained part of their unpleasant ideology.
Fuck off, Rod.
Party official Emily Oldknow emails.
He would be suspended under bringing the party into disrepute. Didn't want to do anything because he's a journalist, without you knowing about it first.
John Stolliday, the head of party's governance and legal unit, writes,
Apparently Rod Liddle is chummy with Ian Austin, and by extension, TW. I still want to do this, but we're not under pressure to do it, so may just sit on it for now.
TW refers to then Deputy Leader Tom Watson, who along with MP Ian Austin opposes the Corbyn leadership. 2 years later, Liddle is eventually suspended.
Right fucking time.
Trevor Phillips, the former head of Britain's Equalities Commission, is being investigated.
So what the survey is showing us is the emergence of what you might describe as a nation within the nation. I'd say that hardly anybody wants to see that happen. But the question is, what are we going to do about it?
If you replace the word Muslim with Jew or black or another racial minority, self-evidently to anybody hearing that, that would be a racist statement.
In his suspension notice, the party provides examples of Islamophobia. Phillips links the causes of wrongdoing involving Muslims to their faith.
A group of Germany's 5 million or so settled Muslim migrants had, for some reason, suddenly and inexplicably decided to run amok.
To talk about violence or bad behaviour by Muslims in Germany is a massive thing for the far right. It's grossly irresponsible, plays straight into the favourite tropes and language of the far right, is inflammatory.
Phillips also links the abuse of girls in England to Islam.
Authorities in towns such as Rotherham and Rochdale remain reluctant to associate the child grooming scandals with social norms within the largely Pakistani Muslim neighbourhoods in which they took place.
What is it that Trevor Phillips and others think makes it okay to make such generalising, disparaging, derogatory statements about Muslims and think it's just everyday conversation? It identifies a minority as a problem. And that's one of the key features in which racism proceeds.
I should have known better. The integration of Muslims will probably be the hardest task we've ever faced.
Stop.
Halima Khan is the investigating officer in Phillips' case.
It seemed like I was reading something from a far-right manifesto that you'd expect from the likes of Tommy Robinson and the EDL.
Tommy Robinson is the former leader of the far-right English Defence League. Khan's colleagues also feel that Phillips is guilty of Islamophobia.
Yes.
He was saying confidently that Muslims are not like us. He was using lines around Muslim ghettos, these incredibly racist talking points that the far right use to discriminate against Muslims on a daily basis. So I was disgusted.
Those under investigation are asked to explain their conduct. Phillips does not.
He refused to apologise for his statements. In fact, he felt that he had authority to make those statements because he was former chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission.
You're not now.
Had you replaced any of the words that Trevor Phillips had said about Muslims with Jewish, Trevor Phillips would have been expelled.
Phillips was suspended for over a year, but then reinstated as a party member.
The fact that Trevor Phillips was readmitted just demonstrates in black and white how little the Labour Party care about Islamophobia and how little they need to care as well, because there was no kind of moral outrage to kind of show how egregious this was.
What was fascinating was that he was unsuspended by the Labour Party in a very unusual way. Coincidentally, shortly before he was about to take up a job with Sky News hosting their flagship Sunday morning politics programme in which he would be interviewing leading Labour politicians.
Suspicious!
Newham in East London is a diverse community. Residents have Pakistani, Bangladeshi, white, African and Caribbean heritage. The election of Corbyn as leader sees a sudden growth in membership of the party and interest in local politics.
Welcome, Jeremy Corbyn!
Suddenly all these people are thinking, oh, I'm going to join the Labour Party. We've got Jeremy Corbyn. There are ideas now. We can talk about freedom and equality and good social services and a proper national health service.
But not everyone in the party welcomes the new members.
We are a borough which is 100% Labour borough, but there wasn't enough representation of the Muslim community, especially Pakistani community. All the Labour Party leaders was from the white members of the community.
Pre-2016, the Labour Party was quite small in Newham, and meetings were even smaller. So people had positions. I think it became, for many of them, like a social club.
A factional battle breaks out based on racial lines. A regional party organiser, Carl Morris, complains about Muslim community leaders. Morris and Amy Fode have been concerned about South Asian members.
Amy and I were alerted to a gathering of predominantly Asian men on the pavement.
Several Asian party members are congregating, waiting to attend the party's annual general meeting.
Carl states that he was alerted to a group of Pakistani men. So Amy Fode decided to take a photo of these individuals. I felt that that was completely inappropriate.
Morris's complaint continues.
The events on Thursday validate earlier information about a coordinated attempt to infiltrate in Newham by the Pakistani community.
You what now?
This is a toxic combination, and it makes an early freeze date for the selection process of local council candidates for the 2018 municipal elections essential.
It was quite clear to me that there was something insidious going on. Carl Morris states explicitly that he fears Newham is being infiltrated by a number of Pakistani men. Something that I saw as clear-cut Islamophobia. The word infiltrate is quite a loaded term, especially when you're talking about a group of Muslims who are trying to engage within politics.
It's shocking to use the word infiltrate. It's othering, it's putting people outside of the mainstream. It's very symptomatic that somebody who's working full-time for the Labour Party would see people who wanted to join as infiltrators. I think that's quite disgraceful and says a huge amount about their level of consciousness around race.
A councillor, Obaid Khan, is suspended from the party. Local community groups send a letter to Robin Wales, Newham's mayor.
We wish to express our dissatisfaction, anger, and disappointment at the treatment of a leading figure in the Muslim community, Councillor Obaid Khan. We believe you have contrived and manipulated the party processes to get him unfairly expelled with trumped-up and false accusations against him.
Mayor Wales passes the letter to John Stolliday, the head of the party's legal and governance unit.
The mayor of Newham at that time then sent an email across to John Stolliday stating that the contents were libelous in form and seeking advice on what action he can take against the members.
Stolliday writes back to Mayor Wales.
I'm sorry you have been subject of such horrible lies and smears. As for disciplinary action against those individuals, I agree that we need to protect you. If you have any more evidence that we can tie to individuals, then do send it through.
You want now?
Instead of questioning the mayor at that time
in
regards to why the members were claiming racial discrimination, John Stolliday decided to agree with the mayor and say that these accusations are libelous, and decided to take action against the individuals that had raised the complaints.
Tahir Mirza is one of the Muslim Labour Party members who is accused of libel.
This is the element of some kind of Islamophobia clearly mentioned in this letter. These things suggest how they feel about the local community, particularly the Pakistani community being mentioned.
A fellow Labour Party activist, Mahmood Mirza, was also accused of undermining Mayor Wales.
When we joined the Labour Party, we believed in fairness and the definition of the Labour Party, and this is totally going against the Labour Party.
The attitude towards Tahir and Mahmood was that they were dangerous, that they had their own agenda, and that they were carrying out communal politics. Muslim men on a mission to destroy the Labour Party.
The atmosphere became even worse after the election of the new party leader in 2020.
The next Labour Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party.
Under Starmer, it changed quite quickly. We were told what we couldn't debate at meetings. We couldn't debate miscarriages of justice. And quite quickly, I believe our free speech was shut down in the Labour Party. It was a very, very unpleasant and toxic atmosphere to be in, because you could be accused of all sorts of things. It was like warfare.
A Newham Party member, David Gillies, sends a letter to David Evans, Labour's General Secretary, with an attachment.
I enclose a report and appendices which set out systematic breaches of Labour Party rules and possibly electoral law by a small group of party members, as they seek to take control of the two constituencies that make up the London Borough of Newham.
A 100-page dossier is secretly compiled by a member of the party. It provides information on mostly South Asian residents of Newham.
Wow, that's my company as well.
I can see recordings of my speech that I've made. Wow.
When I first read the dossier, I was quite terrified, actually, for the members. It was horrific to see the level of detail that was included in such a dossier.
It's a shocking document. It seems to me that somebody actually working inside the Labour Party against ethnic minority.
The dossier contains private information about the lives and activities of Muslim members and their families. We have redacted this information.
Mahmood Mirza is registered to vote and is a member of the party at an address in West Ham. There is clear evidence that Mahmood Mirza, his wife, and children live in East Ham. One of his children attends the nearby academy, and the other a local primary school. His car, license number has been parked on several occasions near to...
It looks like somebody is constantly monitoring me. They have got all the information about me, what I do, where I go, where my children goes, where I work, how many properties I have, how many tenants live in my property,
He's a landlord.
and how many are the member of the Labour Party. They shouldn't have that information, especially towards my children where they're going to school. So I'm surprised and I'm gutted. That's why.
The members in Newham were essentially stalked, and for me it posed a significant safety risk because in the dossier was mentioned where members had parked their cars, their car registration numbers, where their children went to school. That's a serious safeguarding issue, and the fact that the party didn't see it as one was of concern.
It was apparently an individual party member who sent the dossier to the General Secretary.
The person writing this letter appears to have done that in a personal capacity as opposed to an official capacity. Now, that brings questions as to how somebody in a personal capacity would have had the data to begin with.
So it's quite telling that the dossier uses ethnic and racial criteria to identify new Labour Party members. It sees as being problematic. In addition to ethnicity and culture, I referred to through a number of, tropes or stereotypes. They're people who own houses, they're people who run local businesses. There's a reason to be suspicious.
The dossier makes the same claims as the complaint letter that was sent to the party leaders 4 years earlier.
This report describes the activities of a small group of Labour Party members involved in coordinated activities to take over both the constituency parties that make up the London Borough of Newham.
It is shocking, yes. The word being used in taken over.
Activities to take over both constituency parties in Newham. Take over.
If you have 80% BAM living in those areas and the mostly membership are from the ethnic minorities, that word take over is completely wrong. Perhaps someone who done that don't like the ethnic minority at all.
Mehmood Mirza, or his property company, own at least 10 properties in Newham. All 10 have party members registered as living in them, including Mehmood Mirza himself. There are up to 33 party members in total that have been identified as living in these homes. Some of the addresses appear very overcrowded.
But they're just trying to portray that I'm a bad guy. I am somebody who is using his property to recruit a membership. But they're saying that I am trying to infiltrate in the Labour Party.
Racial profiling was used to provide a detailed analysis of the BAME membership in Newham.
There was graphs with a breakdown of the dialect members spoke.
If you're using ethnicity to identify people as a problem within your group, then that suggests that there's something institutionally wrong.
It's victimisation and weaponisation of Islamophobia.
I think the Labour Party has used the race card to control the Labour Party in London Borough of Newham especially, because they're singling out the Muslim community and Asian community.
I find this dossier completely unbelievable. And reading this, it's like reading some sort of far-right tract by some demented American right-winger. And this is published or done inside the Labour Party. It's terrifying.
But whoever the author of this, he must have access to all these information from someone within the Labour Party, because ordinary
Correct.
person
Yes, they must.
cannot have that.
David Gillis shouldn't have access to any of this information, actually. He's not a Labour Party official.
Under data protection, the secretary and the membership secretary had access to electronic data. So this person, who I believe authored the report, where they would get the information, I don't know. And that seems like a breach of the Data Protection Act.
I'm sure it is. I agree with that.
Britain has strict data protection laws known as GDPR, which are overseen by an Information Commissioner's Office, or ICO. Labour Party headquarters did not report a breach.
Sauce?
One of the few really clear provisions of GDPR is a requirement to report any data breaches within 72 hours to the regulator. The more senior members of the party find out about a data breach, the higher the obligation to report this breach or series of breaches potentially to the ICO.
The dossier advises the General Secretary to suspend Newham's Labour parties and its Muslim leaders.
Only a rigorous process of this sort will clean up the membership of both constituency Labour parties in Newham.
Within weeks, Mehmood Mirza is suspended, hours before party members were to vote on selecting candidates for local councils.
If he hadn't have been suspended, he would have won overwhelmingly. So it's dirty tricks. Suspend him at 5 o'clock when there's no one left in the office, because they can't defeat us politically. They'll defeat us through bureaucratic measures, and that's exactly what they've done.
Should one of these members submit a subject access request, they would see this dossier in its entirety, and we would be liable for legal action.
A subject access request, or SAR, is a legal right under Britain's General Data Protection Regulations, or GDPR. People can demand that organisations or companies reveal personal data held about them.
I applied for a subject access report 2 years ago. I never got any response. The only response I got, they asked for the ID to be provided, which I have provided.
I have applied for the SARS request twice, but I never actually got the response back from them.
If the data or the responses to the questions posed by the data subjects are not answered within the outer limit of 90 days, then that in itself is a breach of GDPR.
Halima Khan says she told her boss at Labour Party headquarters of her concerns.
I feel that this dossier is potentially criminal in nature because we weren't provided with how the author of the dossier had come to have all this data on these members. It's not data that we collect as a party anyways.
I'm scared, more scared now, after seeing this, the level where they can go to. If somebody following your children to school, it's not normal, is it?
I will pause. Tell me when you're back, Reza. That, my comrades, was my omeprazole, which is a PPI, a proton pump inhibitor. It is for the stomach. It is to prevent ulcers, because NSAIDs are bastards. I was on NSAIDs when I got diagnosed as a little girl. Oh, okay. Making me mad as well. Disgusting. Labour Party are fucking bastards. Listen to us, people, please. We've been saying this shit for fucking years. Literally years now. So, going on for a decade now, we've been saying this shit. Can't trust the Blairites. Who'd have thunk it?
It's utterly shaming of this. I mean, utterly shaming. It's against everything the Labour Party is supposed to believe in.
It does, Reza.
I'd even thought if I was the police, I'd be looking into investigating this dossier because it strongly suggests that the Labour Party's been breaking the law.
Well said, Peter.
In March 2021, Newham's Labour Party branches are suspended. More than 5,000 mostly Muslim party members are denied a voice.
They deny the democracy. So we're being denied our democratic right to choose our own councillors, choose our own mayor.
When I mentioned the potential criminality of this dossier, I was effectively pushed off the project because I challenged the party's decision to suspend the whole of Newham based on the dossier.
When Marcia Hutchinson backs a pro-Corbyn candidate over a sitting black councillor, she is accused of racism.
I am shocked, infuriated, that she had the audacity to think that she could come along and interfere by putting someone up against me when I am the sitting councillor. To me, that is uncomradely and racist.
Comments were made to me and about me, which I considered to be defamatory, and those were made by sitting councillors and the then leader of the council.
Councillor Pat Carney sends an email.
Many comrades have brought to my attention that disgraceful attack on the group and its members by the above member. It follows this member dancing on the deselection of a working-class woman of African heritage.
Pat Carney wrote to 94 out of 96 councillors to say that I was wealthy and privileged. I'm not sure what made him think that, but I went to Oxford from a comprehensive school in Bradford. First person from my family to go to university, but the mere fact that I went to Oxford was used as a stick to beat me with.
Bastards.
I think they see authentic black people as poor and inarticulate, and if you're articulate, then you are no longer black and you can be ignored.
6 months after becoming a councillor, Hutchinson resigns. The files include the grievance letter of another senior black woman in the party. After Starmer becomes leader in 2020, her career stalls. We are not naming her.
So here is where my unfair treatment by party comes in. I apply for a role that sits within the same team I work in, a sidestep, remaining on the same grade.
Still get the same pay.
A role, objectively speaking, I am overqualified for. I get shortlisted. The role is given to a policy officer with no management experience.
She is offered a more junior role.
With a reduced salary, a demotion.
How can this even happen? Like, there is still some level of employment law in the country. There is this sort of thing that seems to be emerging where political parties don't seem to be answerable to the law of the land. Like, they are lawless.
I am a prime example of why so many say the party has a problem with race. It is why you can count on one hand the number of senior black women in the party.
To see this happening at a senior level within the Labour Party is just disgusting. Not just disheartening, disgusting. It makes me feel viscerally ill, sick in my gut. And that's one of the reasons I'm no longer in the Labour Party, because it affects your health to see this kind of thing played out so openly by people who don't care.
Well done for
they
leaving,
actively
Marsha.
don't give a damn.
The hierarchy of racism, identified in the Ford report, means that those accused of anti-Semitism are suspended, while issues that concern Muslims are overlooked.
For a young Muslim woman, it was an incredibly toxic environment to be working in within that unit. I explicitly asked whether or not my job would be at risk for supporting the freedom and liberation of Palestinians. And the response, quite frankly, was, "I'll have to get back to you on that." As an individual that struggled with cases of Islamophobia and trying to get suspensions, I believe I was regarded as a troublemaker within the organization.
Khan opposed the party's reinstatement of Trevor Phillips, the former head of Britain's Equalities Commission. She is accused of leaking news of it to the media and is dismissed. Her colleague is also accused.
There was a leak to the press that Trevor Phillips had been readmitted to the party, and we were wrongly accused of doing that. And we were suspended immediately without any evidence or a chance to defend ourselves.
The evidence that they had was me opening up the Trevor Phillips file. This was something that the party persisted in its allegation against me, that I didn't have authority to access a file that I had written myself.
That's better.
The Labour files include recordings of a video call between Sir Keir Starmer and Black and Asian staff. Starmer had described the Black Lives Matter movement as a moment.
There's a broader issue here, the Black Lives Matter movement, or moment, if you like, internationally.
It's for me to explain what I meant when I said moment. I am clear what I meant. Some people thought I meant fleeting moment. I honestly don't see that it's possible to read that into what I actually said.
Keir Starmer is a lawyer. He chooses his words carefully, and when he described Black Lives Matter as a moment, it was very telling.
Well said, Marcia.
The leadership's attitude to Black Lives Matter was incredibly hostile. The first thing that the leadership wanted to do was to appear on media and delegitimise the activists and also distance themselves from the policy agenda that they were promoting.
Black and Asian staff write a memo to Starmer and Deputy Leader Angela Rayner.
For Black members of staff, we need to be listened to. We expect the manifestation of our trauma to be understood. Instead, the top line briefed was that Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party, condemns the completely wrong tearing down of the statue of slave trader Edward Colston in Bristol at the weekend.
I see Keir Starmer as a man who has absolutely no political integrity. It's like, what do I need to say? We've taken the temperature that everybody in this country is against the Colston statue being dropped. So therefore, it doesn't matter whether I think it's right or wrong, I need to take a position that it's wrong, because that was what will get me elected.
2 days after the BAME Group's letter to Starmer and Rayner, the party drafts a strategy to regain Black support. All but one of the team writing the report, called the Black Engagement Plan, is white. Ellie Robinson, Keir Starmer's deputy political director, emails.
This morning, there was a discussion about BLM. I took an action to write up a plan for our work in this area going forward. I think our lines to the Black community are in a good place.
Halima Khan is chair of the BAME staff network at the time.
Black Community Engagement Plan. I have never seen this before. I'm not surprised that this would have come to the BAME staff. I don't think we would have taken it well, especially when Black Lives Matter is referred to as a culture war.
I think the framing of the document very much shows like the anxiety of the leadership when it comes to these issues that are part of the culture, part of that being, they are terrified of being seen as acting on issues of diversity, inclusion, because it might alienate some people who they perceive to be their key voters.
Right, Jeremy to speak.
The Labour Party lost support from what's called the Red Wall, mostly white working-class communities, at the 2019 election. Many switched to the governing Conservative Party.
And the idea seems to be promoted by the Labour leadership that Red Wall voters are kind of reactionary on social issues, that they're patriotic, Union Jack-loving, slightly kind of possibly a bit racist people, and explain it to the public by saying, well, you know, we need to win these particular seats back in the north of England.
The Black Community Engagement Plan largely ignores Black Lives Matter and concentrates on winning over the Red Wall.
It's been made in order to allow management to find an easy route through the kind of Black Lives Matter movement and find there's very little in terms of coming up with a policy agenda that will tackle institutional racism.
The liberal authoritarian axis is still going to be a key driver of voters' behaviour. To get us back into a position on the culture war that divides our Red Wall voters from our liberal urban voters.
There's nothing in there that actually talks about what are the really important issues that we need to address as a political party for those communities to gain and lives to be improved by us being the next government. Nothing.
The Black Engagement Plan is more about electoral strategy than Black Lives Matter.
We have managed to walk a delicate line over the past 2 weeks. These questions hinge on choices about which voters we are trying to win in which seats.
The BAME staff network contributes little to the engagement plan.
The involvement of the BAME staff has always been as a window dressing exercise to show that, you know, we are engaging, but when they're actually planning out, you know, their strategy, we're never consulted.
The Labour files include David Evans' job interview with Keir Starmer before he was appointed General Secretary.
I want to ask you about the Red Wall, or the so-called Red Wall, which we saw collapsing over a number of years, but particularly in certain communities in 2019. We, the Labour Party, need to re-engage with those communities. How would you propose that we do that?
Thank you. As I said in my presentation, for me, it's of course not the only thing we have to do, but it is the most important thing to do. I don't think we're going anywhere unless we can reconnect here. And it's where we're from, and so it should be what we're about. I've got every confidence we can do this.
They're trying to find a position that will please a liberal urban voter as well as a person in the Red Wall seats who they believe to be people who are mostly white and who won't stand for issues that will improve equality in this country.
It's absolutely fantastic to be here.
Sort of suggests that there's a sort of battle for the bottom, battle for the sewer between the Tories and Labour now for sort of bigoted white votes. Suggests that the Labour Party's lost its way. Al Jazeera's Labour files actually corroborate that there is something rather ill, troubling, frightening about the Labour Party.
The British Muslim has to think twice now, because Labour is not a safe haven for them as we was thinking in the past, and the Labour is maybe not the place you're thinking that you're supposed to be in.
What the Labour Party took from me was a sense of believing that I could be a part of something bigger than me and advocate for change and, you know, a better world.
What happened to me was enough to make me step down. It reeks of a culture where anti-black racism is not only accepted, not only tolerated, but actively promoted.
The Labour Party denied that any hierarchy of racism existed, as suggested in the Ford report. That is lies. It had responded in detail to the Ford report and had set up a working group to address its recommendations. Oh, that's too long. It was also implementing recommendations from the EHRC to establish an independent process to investigate all complaints of racism, harassment and discrimination. Thank you, Reza. Correct. It had implemented codes of conduct on Islamophobia and anti-black racism. We all saw the way you treated Diane Abbott from inside the fucking chamber, so fuck off. And had created a diversity and inclusion board. It denied that it had been involved in any criminality relating to the Newham constituency Labour parties and that it is a lawless organisation. Fuck off, yes you are. It reiterated that it was a rules-based organisation. I can't even fucking finish that without laughing. A number of those involved in the party WhatsApp denied that this contained any racist messages or material derogatory of BAME party members. Oh God. John Stolliday told us it was nonsense to suggest that cases of Islamophobia were treated differently to those of anti-Semitism. Yes, we've just saw the evidence, so fuck off, Stolliday. This point, Oh. Oh no, put it on my allowed list. Anything else? No, there we go. Whew. Let's see if the fourth part is down here. Oh, it's the spying game. This one's only 20 minutes long, so this is short. Give me a minute. Is that the spying game? Give me a minute. Where is it? There we go. Spying game. 1, 2, 3.
Labour spends more time expelling and disciplining each other rather than getting on with being good politicians who are representing the needs of people.
Okay, this one is absolutely disgusting.
Al Jazeera has obtained the largest leak of documents in British political history.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. It is absolutely shocking.
Bear with me.
Hundreds of thousands
Only
of
20
internal
minutes.
communications expose how operatives secretly take control of Britain's Labour Party.
The Labour Party is a criminal conspiracy against its members.
Free speech was shut down.
They tell the inside story of how Sir Keir Starmer, who could be Britain's next Prime Minister, leads a lawless party.
I've waited 17 months to appear in front of you in this hall as leader of our great party.
Confidential documents expose tactics to discredit and expel rivals in the party.
People are actually quite dangerous who are in with the Labour Party. They were playing with people's lives here.
Yes, Reza.
They reveal how Starmer's predecessor was under...
118, 124. I will be back momentarily. Bear with me, comrades. One minute. Yay! Rejoice, comrades. Sock Now is here. Hi, Sock Now. Great to see you. How you doing? It is 5:25 here in Turf Island. Well, Glasgow's not really that bad. But 5:25 AM in Glasgow. Hello. Yeah. Your media's more sewn up than ours. We've got some. You've got ones. You've got like Democracy Now and a couple of other ones across the empire. Sorry, couldn't resist that one. But yeah, your media's more sewn up than ours. Really, I feel for you. I really do. This is the last part. Stop now. If you ever have the chance, the Labour Files by Al Jazeera. There's 4 parts. Parts 1 and 2 are over an hour, 1:13 and 1:23 for 1 and 2. Part 3 is 55 minutes, and this is the last one, part 4, which is 20 minutes. 1, 2, 3.
Mined by a smear campaign from within.
I was filling my
Disabled
water
him as
bottle.
a politician and as a potential prime minister.
Really nice to see you. Bye.
How British democracy, known as the mother of parliaments, is being undermined by spying and dirty tricks.
No one would expect that a political party would associate themselves with the whole-scale hacking of the press.
It looks like somebody is constantly monitoring me, where I'm going and where my car is parked and where my children is going.
It just stinks to high heaven what they're doing in the background.
We speak to people whose voices have been silenced, including those who support Palestinian rights.
It was very painful. As Palestinians, there was no room for us to enter this debate, and that's how it was designed to be.
And the files reveal how a hierarchy of racism exists under Starmer's leadership.
I face more racism in the Labour Party than I have in the rest of my life combined.
An incident in South London in early 2021 reveals how Labour, under Sir Keir Starmer's leadership, deals with dissent among its local councillors.
Finished working on whatever story I was working on that day fairly late. And I just noticed that there was something not quite right about the email account.
Stephen Downes is the editor of Inside Croydon, an online news site that investigates the town's local government, Croydon Council.
I turned to my son and said, "Yeah, can you turn the TV down? I think I've been hacked." I couldn't actually get into my emails. I was locked out of my Inside Croydon email account.
Unable to check his emails, he turns to Twitter.
And then the tweet came through as well. A badly drafted tweet. It just basically said to the 12,000, 13,000 followers that we had at the time that councillors Stephen Mann, Robert Canning and Andrew Pelling had been acting as sources to Inside Croydon. I was horrified when I saw that. I was sick to my stomach.
Downes' Inside Croydon website reports on allegations of poor governance involving Labour councillors. The borough went bankrupt in 2020. Downes' reporting is not appreciated by the Labour leadership in Croydon, which backs Keir Starmer. Andrew Pelling is a former Labour councillor.
There was a great deal of obsession with Inside Croydon, and we spent more time discussing Inside Croydon than we spent discussing the finances of the council.
The 3 councillors exposed in the hacked tweet were critics of the Croydon Labour leadership.
The sort of work I do is journalism which seeks to publish things which other people don't want to have published.
Such was the failed governance of the council group that people felt that the party was not the place where it was allowed to express even the mildest of concerns.
The Labour group had passed a motion that banned any Labour councillors from talking to us.
So we ended up in a situation where that debate and discussion took place on the pages of Inside Croydon.
Downes regains access to his accounts, changes his passwords, and puts the incident behind him. A Croydon Labour activist, Ruth Bannister, writes to local Labour politicians.
I've been in a rather unusual predicament that has cost me no end of sleep recently. I've really struggled over what to do with all this information. I'm unsure a crime has been committed bar a couple of potential data breaches, but do feel that much of this needs to be shared or acted upon, as it is in the public interest to do so.
Attached to the email is a dossier labelled Inside Croydon Data. It contains hundreds of items from Downes' mailbox. It reveals his communication with Labour councillors.
I would ask you to treat this confidentially. I can't just sit by and watch some of what is unfolding here.
I've always tried to protect my sources, and I have always protected my sources. And that hack was very damaging to me reputationally, and I felt it very hard because the victims of the hack were the people that had come to me in all good faith.
A recipient of Ruth Bannister's email was Clive Fraser, the chief whip of the Croydon Labour group. A whip in British politics is someone who ensures that politicians follow the party line.
I received the email from Councillor Fraser in March in 2020.
Quick PSA here. There is 3 levels. Level 1, vote your conscience, basically vote whatever way you want or vote for in the interests of your constituents. Chilling whip, you are encouraged to vote with the party, so whatever the party line is on whatever legislation, blah 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 blah, whatever it is, vote with the party. Whatever the party votes for, yea or nay, blah blah blah. 3-line whip, fucking do it, or you get booted. That's why Bojo kicked out 80 because they voted against the 3-line whip he had put in place for one of the votes connected to Brexit. That's why he booted 80 of his backbenchers. Fucking brilliant. Literally reducing his fucking majority. Fuck what. So if you don't follow the 3-line whip, poing, that's the 7 that got kicked out for voting for not starving children. So they got, that was a 3-line whip from the party, and those 7 got kicked out the party, effectively making them independents. So then they got made independents, crossed the chamber to the opposition benches. One of the best ones, and she is just, so much love, Zara Sultana. She was one of the ones that got booted. She lost the party whip essentially, which means she wasn't part of the Labour Party anymore. She was still a member of the party, but she wasn't in the PLP anymore. She'd been made independent essentially when she got booted for voting against the 3-line whip that Keir Starmer had put in place for that vote. Yay, so the rest of the backbenchers in the cabinet and stuff all voted for starving children. Fucking ghouls. And I was fucking panicking that they would do a 3-line whip for the benefit changes that they were doing, and just look at the chaos that ensued. Ending with Stephen Timms standing up. Oh God, that was such a shit show for them. So if you ignore a 3-line whip, you basically get booted at the party. You lose the whip. For standing up for your constituents. My MP, my Labour MP, voted to starve children. Thank you, Maureen, you absolute ghoul. She didn't want to lose the whip, obviously. She thinks she can do more. I'm speculating here, I do not know this. I've never talked to the woman. I have emailed her and contacted the constituency office. But she always seems to be voting with the party line. So if you ignore the 3-line whip, booted. 642, that's fine, yeah.
One, detailing 6 emails that he said he had in his possession. My response to Councillor Fraser was that the matter had been referred to the police, that it would not be appropriate to have discussions with him on that matter while it was a matter of police investigation.
Croydon's Labour Party did not inform the police. Instead, Fraser asks Labour's London regional office for advice on whether the emails can be used for disciplinary purposes.
The contents of the emails required assessment and is likely to lead to serious disciplinary consideration.
The regional organiser writes back.
Please hold fire before taking any disciplinary action based on this info. We need to establish if it is admissible.
Labour's London office ultimately informs Fraser that,
broadly speaking, I think the hacked information can be shared, as long as this is being used to inform a disciplinary investigation.
Ruth Bannister, the initial recipient of the hacked data, files complaints about the 3 Labour councillors who leaked information to Inside Croydon. They are accused of
leaking confidential and damaging info from council and Labour group.
Bannister is keen to keep her role in denouncing the journalist's sources a secret.
I'm happy to speak about this matter and answer any questions you may have, but if possible, I'd like to remain anonymous.
The Chief Whip, Clive Fraser, then begins disciplinary procedures against Councillor Pelling.
Unfortunately, I have to write to you regarding communication between yourself and the email account of the blog site Inside Croydon, which have been forwarded to me by a third party. I believe provides grounds for an investigative meeting that may lead to disciplinary action.
There was a time when the newspapers were hacking vulnerable individuals and the politicians, and now it's the other way around. And I think Labour should be ashamed that they're associating themselves with hacking the press. To be a little bit overdramatic, this was our own little Watergate.
A former head of enforcement at Britain's data watchdog, the Information Commissioner's Office, assesses the case.
This is clearly an integrity issue, because the thing with data protection, the first principle talks about fairness. Fairness is really important. Accountability is very important. We're talking about a major political party who do know what the difference is between doing things properly and doing things improperly.
Bannister passes the dossier of hacked emails to Hamida Ali, the leader of the Labour group in Croydon Council. She also passes it to Steve Reid, the local MP, and now Labour's opposition Minister for Justice.
They've emailed Steve Reid, who's a member of Keir Starmer's shadow cabinet. I mean, Steve Reid is a shadow justice minister. He must have some understanding, surely, of what the right thing to do is under the law. And this isn't it.
Downes learns that his hacked communications are being shared with the local Labour hierarchy. He writes to Councillor Hamida Ali.
When I was writing to Hamida Ali, I was trying to retrieve the situation in some way that it's damage limitation for the 3 councillors named. I never had a response from Hamida Ali.
The party did not alert Downes to the hack.
I think you have a responsibility to tell that journalist that you've come into contact with information that's been unlawfully obtained from their systems. The ethical side is very important. It's gone to a political party, and you would expect the political party to be very careful, knowing that this has been unlawfully obtained.
The Labour files contains a complaint by Clive Fraser against David White, a supporter of former leader Jeremy Corbyn. Fraser's complaint about White includes some of the hacked emails.
I think the allegations are totally unfair, totally unsubstantiated. There's absolutely no way in which those matters should be of any concern to anybody. They're simply making comments, short comments on matters which Stephen Downes is writing about in his blog Inside Croydon.
The MP Steve Reid, who is close to Labour's leader Keir Starmer, asks the London regional office to forward the complaint to the party's senior official, General Secretary David Evans.
You've just shown me this, in which Steve Reid, David Evans, has shown particular interest in David White. Now, David White been in the Labour Party his entire life. He'd served the party diligently and exhaustively in various offices within Croydon Central constituency Labour Party.
Stephen Downes was providing information which the general public and members of the Labour Party should be aware of.
He believed in doing the right thing and having some real progressive socialist policies. He was immensely infused when Jeremy Corbyn became leader of the party.
The wonderful campaign that I was involved with brought a lot of people back into politics because they believed there was something on offer for them.
David White worked with others within the local Labour Party to get others, what might be described as of the left, into positions of authority within the party and as elected officials.
David Evans passes the file on White to the Executive Director of Legal Affairs, Alex Barras-Curtis.
Can you ask whomever to look at David White, Croydon? I'm getting a lot of incoming on it, for reasons I can explain later.
I'm getting a lot of incoming on it, so I mean, there's all one can deduce from that at face value is that there was a lot of attempts to incriminate me in some way, but the papers show that the head of Legal Affairs, Alex Barras-Curtis, was involved, had information passed to him, and David Evans, the General Secretary of the party, is also copied into this information. Why should they be interested in one particular case?
I mean, there's an agenda going on here. There's a witch hunt going on here.
Thanks, Shannon.
They were concerned about any Labour Party member who was trying to open up what was happening in the party, the lack of democracy, the purge, as I would call it, of members who on the left of the party or in some way don't fit in with the image that Keir Starmer wants for the Labour Party members.
White was expelled from the party, accused of being an anti-Semite.
It shows the way the disciplinary procedures in the Labour Party are being totally abused. There's a complete absence of natural justice. There's reliance all the time on information being supplied, usually by anonymous sources, often by people outside the Labour Party.
And for them to accuse David White of anti-Semitism and then not allow him to have a hearing is just pitiful. David White is not an anti-Semite.
The whole process stinks, and they're really using the disciplinary procedure as a way of operating a purge.
Yep, using it as a
A new chief whip replaces Clive Fraser. Councillor Gerry Fitzpatrick is a former practicing lawyer. He took over the disciplinary cases against the three councillors. The Labour Files reveals his concerns. The initial advice provided by the regional office
does not even begin to dispose of my concerns. There is a public interest in the right of a journalist to protect confidential sources and the right of an elected representative to put into the public domain matters in which the public may have a legitimate interest. Croydon has received criticism from auditors and a government team in respect of opaque decision-making processes. The decisions have had disastrous financial consequences for the borough. This makes it politically more difficult for those in the leadership of the Croydon Council Labour Group to say that those who acted to put information in the public domain are wrongdoers.
Fitzpatrick reminds the party's governance and legal unit that
the evidence at the heart of the investigation is stolen goods.
When I looked at the Chief Whip's analysis, here's someone who kind of understands what's going on here, and I agreed with his conclusions.
For the editor of Inside Croydon, the story was not over yet.
In the next day or two, some quite strange things happened to some of the people that I emailed, in that if they responded to me, they were getting automatic responses from the leader of the Labour group to say that their email had been blind carbon copied to them as well.
In Downes's case, a hacker changes his computer settings so that a blind carbon copy of his emails are sent to others without his knowledge.
I found myself communicating with Stephen Downes, the editor of Inside Croydon, on a particular range of email addresses, and I was getting blind copies back from the leader of the council, Councillor Ali.
So some sort of digital device had been, some sort of bug had been left in the email account as a nasty little farewell present.
I took the view that there was a continued monitoring of my communications with Inside Croydon.
Gerry Fitzpatrick sends multiple emails to the Governance and Legal Unit for the attention of Alex Barras-Curtis and General Secretary David Evans. He informs the party of the blind copy hack.
Since I wrote to David, I had become aware that someone has hacked into the email accounts of at least 2 members of our group, in order that emails which they are continuing to send to the local blog Inside Croydon are blind copied to the leader of the council, Hamida Ali, and my predecessor as Chief Whip, Clive Fraser. Do Councillor Ali and Fraser have to inform the police?
Fitzpatrick did not receive a response from the party. The blind copy hack raises legal concerns.
The ethical issues when you're receiving information from a blind hack is similar to the other hacking one. If you're getting blind copy hacks and you're letting it go for a week or 2 weeks or a month, and you're reading the emails that are coming through, then you're not doing the right thing, and it's certainly not very ethical.
Andrew Pelling was later expelled from the Labour Party.
A received opinion was that one of the reasons why they were getting rid of me was because I had voted for Jeremy Corbyn in the most recent leadership election.
The Information Commissioner's office is still investigating the incident.
There is a party that condones associating itself with hacking of the press. What are they going to do when they're in national government? Are they going to condone this kind of behaviour with national newspapers?
Yeah, I'll read these out. Where are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
With national newspapers?
The Labour Party declined to comment on the events featured in this programme. Telling. It has, however, denied any involvement in criminality and that it is a lawless organisation. It is a rules-based organisation. BS. So how the fuck did you get those files from Inside Croydon? That man got hacked. Oh, here we go. Former councillor Hamida Ali told us that when she was made aware of the hack, she sought advice from a range of sources within the party and from the Information Commissioner's office, and acted consistently with the advice she received. Should have reported it to the police then, because that is fucking hacking. It's a breach of the GDPR. There we go. all the reasons we should not be trusting the Labour Party laid out for everyone to see. Thank you, Al Jazeera. That was fucking awesome. Oh my god. Yeah, bringing it back up to show everyone what they're like in the run-up to the council elections next year, and it's always good to see this stuff so we know what to look out for again. I've been going for 5 hours and 5 hours and 5 minutes. I think I better give it a rest, even though I'm still feeling quite good. Can't keep you all up. It is a Saturday. Hopefully a day of rest for everyone. Go out and enjoy yourselves. Hydrate. Wear sunblock. Wear loose-fitting natural fibres. Go for a swim if you like. Oh yeah, I'll get round to that, don't you worry. Would it be good to show everyone? I don't know if there's much on YouTube about it. It might be solely me reading newspaper. I'm always up for doing that, of course, to educate everyone about my great city. It's my city, by the way. Let's see who we can raid. Following, let's see who is live. Action Jake, Moo Woodles, That Kitty, Root Circuit. Oh, Ty's live. Proudly Radical. Baby Game Shift. Oh! Lenny! Spilled Bag of Ice. Oh, the Darkfather's going. So's Segway Films. So's Christine. Oh, it's a subathon for Cosmopolitics. Squidadier, Jet Extremis, and Grilled Cheesington. That is such a fun name. Let's see. Let's go and say hi to Lainey. There. Read. Let's see, spelled Bag of Ice. Complaining lady. Let's go and say hi to Lainey. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, Twitch. Is that over there? Complaining Lainey. Thank you, comrades, for joining me for over 5 fucking hours. Much appreciated. I love you all. Take care. Have a nap.
In the long term, it'll be beneficial.
Stay hydrated, have your breakfast.
Right.
Be careful.
Yeah, like, and
I'll see you all later.
They're not
Laters.
not making that much fucking money that like they're like some sort of like a labor aristocracy or something. Like they're very much like still working and deserve like good working conditions.